梁歌制作，逃犯，作者程小青。一、黑刑与枪声。说起我的嗜好，也有不少项目，如旅行、文艺、美术、纸烟等。近年来又加上一项，就是瞧电影。这天晚上恰是8月13。
Production by Liang Gu, author of The Fugitive. Qing Shaoqing. 1. Black shapes and gunshots. Speaking of my hobbies, there are many items, such as travel, art, cigarettes, etc. In recent years, I have added another one, which is watching movies. This night happened to be August 13th.
晚餐时，一阵子倾盆的雷雨把温度降低了不少，凉风习习，已含着些儿凉意。我的妻子佩琴因着那一阵大雨，伊的乔纳金缕痕片名的兴致竟也像气候温度一般的降低了。
During dinner, a downpour of thunderstorms lowered the temperature quite a bit, and the cool breeze was already somewhat cool. Because of the heavy rain, my wife Peichin's interest in watching the title of Golden Traces actually dropped like the weather temperature.
我的意志比伊坚定得多，晚膳既毕，仍独自冒着雨前去。这金缕痕一片在描写和结构表演、取景方面，处处都合乎艺术的原则，的确当得起名片的评价。所以我虽冒雨而亡。
My will was much firmer than that of E. After dinner, I still went alone in the rain. The film Golden Traces conforms to the principles of art in every aspect in terms of description and structure of the performance, and it is indeed worthy of being evaluated as a business card. So I went there despite the rain.
还觉得非常值得。唯美戏院位置在公园路的北端，从戏院到我家里不过1里多路。我出院时雨点已停，街路上经过雨水的冲洗，清洁非常。我瞧瞧手表，恰值11点20分钟。
I still think it's very worthwhile. The Weimei Theater is located at the north end of Park Road, and the distance from the theater to my home is just over a mile. The rain had stopped when I was discharged from the hospital, and the streets were washed by the rain and were very clean. I looked at my watch. It said 20 minutes past 11.
安坐了近3个钟头，身体上感到有活动一下的需要，我便定义步行回去。我沿着公园路向南进行，影片中的情节兀自在脑子中一幕一幕的自动扮演。那是一出悲剧。
After sitting quietly for nearly 3 hours, I felt my body needed some exercise, so I decided to walk back. I walked south along the park road, and the plot in the film was automatically replayed in my mind scene by scene. That's a tragedy.
描写一个女子在少年时爱上了一个有志而清贫的男子，他们的性情面貌都相称，仅可以成一对美满的家侣。可惜因着社会地位的阻限，那女子受了环境的诱惑和逼迫，终于好梦难成。
It describes a woman who fell in love with an ambitious but poor man when she was a teenager. Their temperaments and looks are compatible, and they could have become a happy couple. Unfortunately, due to the restrictions of social status, the woman was tempted and forced by the environment, and finally her dream could not come true.
另外嫁了一个富家，在结婚以后，伊的安富尊荣的愿望固然满足了，可是敌不住伊的精神上所受的痛苦。原来那富家弟非但不知道温存体贴，而且相指气使，纵博是邪，无所不为。
He also married a rich man. After getting married, although Yi's wish for prosperity and honor was fulfilled, it was unable to compete with the mental pain Yi suffered. It turns out that the rich family not only doesn't know how to be gentle and considerate, but is also very arrogant, indulgent and evil, and does everything.
一的生活便陷入寂寞悲惨的境界。这女子受尽痛苦，便自怨自艾起来，恨不得时光倒流，把先前的错误纠正过来。后来一的丈夫因着堕落而破产。
Yi's life fell into a lonely and miserable state. The woman suffered so much that she began to feel sorry for herself and wished she could go back in time and correct her previous mistakes. Later, Yi's husband became bankrupt due to depravity.
一的痛苦又从精神的面扩充到了物质方面，进一步到达了尽享不计的地步，于是一更不堪了。这时候，那先前的情人已经卓然成名，他的心坎中仍不忘他的旧时的爱人。
Yi's pain expanded from the spiritual aspect to the material aspect. It further reached the point of incontinence, and Yi became even more unbearable. By this time the former lover had become famous. His old lover was still not forgotten in his heart.
他听得了那女子的景况，使千方百计探寻一的踪迹，准备尽量的助一，使一重事一跃。后来他在一家小旅社中会见了他的爱人，但一已是愁病交迫，躺在一张破榻上，一息奄奄了。
He heard about the woman's situation, so he tried every possible means to find her traces, and prepared to help her as much as possible so that she could enjoy her life. Later, he met his lover in a small hotel, but she was already suffering from illness and lay on a broken couch, dying.
我觉得那片子的最后一幕却是最紧张动人。那男子紧紧抱着他的爱人的头，眼泪汪汪地凝住着他的爱人的憔悴灰白的脸。他竭力地安慰一道：“玉妹，你苦了，可是现在你有了新的生命。”
I think the last scene of the film is indeed the most tense and moving. The man held his lover's head tightly and stared at his lover's haggard and gray face with tears in his eyes. He tried his best to comfort Yi Dao. Sister, you are suffering. But now you have a new life.
你尽安心吧，现在我的能力尽足以使你安详了。你要什么，爱什么，我都办得到。我告诉你，我的奋斗努力和今日的成名都是为你，所以我的一切所有，甚至我的生命，都在你的指挥之下。
Just feel at ease. Now my ability is enough to make you enjoy yourself. Whatever you want or love, I can do it. Let me tell you, my hard work and today's fame are all for you. So everything I have, even my life, is under your command.
玉妹，玉妹，话说得非常恳挚而沉痛，可是竟没有多大效力，只使那妇人用合的双目微微地张了一张，一的枯萎的嘴唇上又略略现出一丝笑容，接着依旧在这一笑之中瞑目而死了。
Jade sister dash. The words were very sincere and painful, but they did not have much effect. They only made the woman's closed eyes slightly open, and a faint smile appeared on her withered lips. A smile appeared, and then he closed his eyes and died.
紧抓心弦的剧情占据了我的整个的意识，从公园路缓步像是对，竟像忘了我在路上走。不久我便到了和平路的岔路，我的归途必须向东转弯，从和平路经过。当我将到转角的时候，
The gripping plot occupied my entire consciousness. As I walked slowly from the park road to the city center, it was as if I had forgotten that I was walking on the road. Soon I reached the fork in the Peace Road. My return journey had to turn east and pass through Hepping Road. When I'm about to turn the corner,
才走一定神， 遥遥瞧见一个井上站在路旁的电灯木背后，正和一个少年女子在谈笑。在一瞥之间，我就思知了他们谈话的性质。我暗暗地忖度，世界上具有最大的力量的是女子。
When I regained my composure, I saw a police officer standing behind a light bulb on the roadside, talking and laughing with a young woman. In one glance I knew the nature of their conversation. I secretly thought, women have the greatest power in the world.
一能够鼓励一个男子，使他奋发振作，创造新的世界，但同时一也能使他堕落毁灭，沦入无底的深渊。这个警示若不是有这样一个伴侣来提报他的精神，这样夜深人静。
E can encourage a man, make him work hard and create a new world, but at the same time, it can also make him fall into destruction and fall into a bottomless abyss. If this police officer didn't have such a companion to refresh his spirit, he would be like this in the dead of night.
他也许要到强一眼脚下去扣税箱的门了吧？砰！一声巨响直刺我的耳骨，我顿时停止了脚步，又收摄了我的骸响。我急急辨别那声响的来路，这分明是手枪声音。因着雨后夜阑。
Maybe he would go to the corner of the wall and knock on the door of his sleeping place. Bang! A loud bang hit my eardrum. I stopped immediately and stopped my thoughts. I hurriedly identified the source of the sound. It was clearly the sound of a pistol. Maybe he would go to the corner of the wall and knock on the door of his sleeping place. Bang! A loud bang hit my eardrum. I stopped immediately and stopped my thoughts. I hurriedly identified the source of the sound. It was clearly the sound of a pistol. Because it was late at night after the rain.
街上已是车马绝迹，所以我确信我的听觉不会错误。那枪声是从我的前面来的。那时我恰要转弯进和平路去，但还没旋转身子。于是我急急放开脚步，穿过了和平路，到转角上站住。
There were no cars or horses on the streets, so I was sure my hearing was correct. The gunshot came from in front of me. At that time, I was about to turn onto Hepping Road, but I had not yet turned around. So I quickly let go, crossed Hepping Road, and stopped at the corner.
那个弹琴的警士已从电杆木的背后闪出来，站在马路的中心，向着街的四叉探头探脑地乱望。分明他也已被枪声所惊动，一时却寻不出枪声的来由。谁开枪？可是你。
The romantic policeman had already emerged from behind the electric pole and was standing in the center of the road, looking wildly at the four forks of the street. It was obvious that he had been alarmed by the gunshots, but for the moment he could not find the cause of the gunshots. Who shot, but you dash?
警士的眼光一射到我的身上，一边高声斥喝着，一边迎着我奔过来。我觉得这个人太冒失了。你管的什么事？也许调情条管理。他显然料不到我会有这样的答话，呆住了向我发认。
As soon as the police officer's eyes fell on me, he shouted loudly and ran towards me. I think this person is too reckless. What do you care about? As soon as the police officer's eyes fell on me, he shouted loudly and ran towards me. I think this person is too reckless. What do you care about? Maybe it's flirting. He obviously didn't expect such a reply from me, so he was stunned and apologized to me.
这时候，我的眼睛角里忽又吸收一种异状。在公园路的西首，距离转角约有4-5家门面， 有一个黑形闪过，接着这黑形飞也似的向前奔去。哎，有个人跑了，快赶上去！我说话的时候。
At this time, something strange suddenly appeared in the corners of my eyes. At the west end of Park Road, about 4 or 5 storefronts away from the corner, a black shape flashed past, and then the black shape rushed forward like flying. Oh! Someone ran away. Hurry up and catch up. When I speak.
把手指指着那逃人的方向。警士倒也知趣，一听得我的紧急的命令，立即表示接受。他向前面望一望，随即举着警棍，头部追过去。我的好奇心已被枪声和黑形所激动。
Point your finger in the direction of the fleeing person. The police officer understood my urgent order and immediately accepted it. He looked ahead, then raised his baton and chased after him. My curiosity has been aroused by the sound of gunshots and black shapes.
精神的紧张也已到了高度。那警士虽已担当了追赶的任务，我也不敢怠慢，急急走到那黑形出发点的所在。那里是一排2上2下的西式楼房，共有10多家，每家门前都有一方小院。
The mental tension has also reached a high level. Even though the police officer had already taken on the task of chasing him, I didn't dare to neglect him and hurried to the starting point of the black shape. There is a row of Western-style buildings with 2 upper floors and 2 lower floors. There are more than a dozen of them. There is a small courtyard in front of every house.
前面围着短墙，附连着2扇金花的铁门。当我在转角上时，瞧见那人逃出的屋子，距离街用约有4、5家门面，但究竟是4家或是5家，因电灯的光力不足，我不很清楚。
A short wall surrounds the front, and 2 iron doors with golden flowers are attached. When I turned the corner, I saw that the house that the man escaped from was about 4 or 5 houses away from the street, but it was actually 4 or 5 houses because the light power of the electric light was insufficient. I'm not sure.
那些熟子又是同一式样的，辨别更难。我看见那第4家和第5家的楼上楼下的窗上都露着灯光，前面的铁门又同样合着，不能不有些踌躇。第4家的门口。
Those attributes are the same, so it is more difficult to distinguish. I saw lights on the windows upstairs and downstairs of the 4th and 5th houses, and the iron doors in front were also closed, so I couldn't help but feel a little hesitant. The door of the 4th house.
钉着一块黑地白字的铅皮牌子是张康明律师。我走进铁门，顺手推一推，里面拴着。我又走到贴隔壁的第5家的门口，门上也钉着一块铜牌，是蜥蜴吴小帆。这扇铁门却应掩着。
Nailed on a lead sign with white characters on a black ground is Lawyer Zhang Kangming. I approached the iron door and pushed it. It was bolted inside. I walked to the door of the 5th house next door. There was, nailed on a lead sign with white characters on a black ground is Lawyer Zhang Kangming. I approached the iron door and pushed it. It was bolted inside. I walked to the door of the 5th house next door. There was also a bronze plaque nailed on the door, which read, Western.
我推了开来，向里面一窥，小院中停着一辆下棚的包车，却肩架没人。经过一度简洁的考虑，我便轻轻走进去，跨上了石阶。这屋子有2室并列，南首的1室中的灯光比较亮一些。
I pushed it open and peeked inside. There was a chartered car with a lower hood parked in the small courtyard, but no one was there. After a brief consideration, I walked in gently and stepped up the stone steps. There are 2 rooms in this house side by side, and the light in the south room is brighter.
但都静悄悄的，没有声响。怎么办？喊一声吗？不。我走上了阳台，凑近那2扇法国式的玻璃长埠，因为有灯光从窗帘的细缝中透出来。我把头凑到窗缝，向里面一瞧，不由得震了一震。2.
But there was no sound. What to do? Shout? No. I walked onto the balcony and approached the 2 French-style glass windows, because there was light shining through the gaps in the curtains. I put my head to the crack of the window and looked inside, and I couldn't help but be shocked. 2.
我的经历，这南边一间分明是一个医室的诊室，向外有一只药橱，右手的靠壁处排着一张圆桌和2把椅子，桌椅对面有一张书桌，桌面上有几张杂乱的报纸。书桌后面的近外用处。
My experience. The south room is clearly a doctor's clinic. There is a medicine cabinet outside. There is a round table and 2 chairs lined up against the wall on the right. Opposite the table and chairs is a desk with a few messy newspapers on the table. The outside used behind the desk.
有一个书架，架上排满了许多西装的书籍和一叠一叠的杂志报纸。靠着长窗的2边有2个安乐椅的客座，右倾里就是通格式的门口。就在这个门口
There was a bookshelf lined with many suit books and stacks of magazines and newspapers. On both sides of the long window, there are 2 guest seats with easy chairs. To the right is the doorway to the compartment. Right at this door.
有一个穿白色长衫的男子侧身横在地上，头部向着书桌，2足却横在门口。旁边另有一个穿西装而卸去短褂的男子，正俯着身子在瞧视那躺卧的人。当我的眼光瞧到这诊室的时候，
There was a man in a white gown lying sideways on the ground, with his head facing the desk and his feet across the door. Next to him, there was a man wearing a suit and taking off his short coat. He was leaning over and looking at the lying person. When my eyes laid eyes on this consulting room,
那西装的男子正突地立直了身子。也许是我上街时露出了些声响，因此惊动了他吧。或是他自己心虚，才有这种举动。他立直了以后，回头来向长窗上瞧一瞧地，我急急把身子蹲下了。
The man in the suit suddenly stood up straight. Maybe it was because I made some noise when I went up the stairs that it alerted him? Or did he act like this because of his own guilt? After he stood up straight, he turned back and looked at the long window. I hurriedly squatted down.
不使他瞧见。幸亏他还没有疑心到窗外有人偷窥，故而并不曾开窗出来。我又凑近窗帘缝，看见这穿西装白衬衫的男子转到书桌后面去。他站一站，像在用耳朵倾听。
Don't let him see it. Fortunately, he didn't suspect anyone was peeping outside the window, so he didn't open the window and come out. I moved closer to the gap in the curtain and saw the man in a suit and white shirt turning behind the desk. He stood there for a moment, as if, don't let him see it. Fortunately, he didn't suspect anyone was peeping outside the window, so he didn't open the window and come out. I moved closer to the gap in the curtain and saw the man in a suit and white shirt turning behind the desk. He stood there for a moment, as if listening with his ears.
接着，他从灰色法兰绒裤袋中摸出一支黑钢的手枪，轻轻地开了抽屉，将手枪放入层中，又摸出钥匙来锁抽屉。 我瞧他的神气慌乱无措，行动有些诡秘。
Then he took out a black steel pistol from the gray flannel trouser pocket, gently opened the drawer, put the pistol into the shelf, and took out the key to lock the drawer. I saw that he looked flustered and his actions were somewhat mysterious.
一望而知，他已余下了一件恐怖的罪案。因为我的眼光再度接触那个躺卧在地上的男子时，又发现那件白绸长衫的胸口上还留着一大堆鲜红的血渍。这发现是意外的。
It was clear at a glance that he had committed a horrific crime. Because when my eyes came into contact with the man lying on the ground again, I saw a lot of bright red blood stains on the chest of the white silk gown. It was clear at a glance that he had committed a horrific crime. Because when my eyes came into contact with the man lying on the ground again, I saw a lot of bright red blood stains on the chest of the white silk gown. This discovery was unexpected.
我又不禁嫩暗起来。我能直接走进去干涉他吗？还是再悄悄地窥探他一会？这一问立即自然地解决。一阵急促而重浊的皮鞋声响自远而近。
I couldn't help but feel tender and dark again. Can I just walk in and interfere with him? Or should I spy on him quietly for a while longer? This question was resolved immediately and naturally. A rapid and heavy sound of leather shoes came from far and near.
转瞬间，先前那个警士已气息淋淋地奔进铁门，一直走上石阶。静静既已打破，我的暗中窥察的计划已不可能，我便索性公然地和警士招呼。我说：“怎么，没有追着那个人？”警士道。
In the blink of an eye, the policeman from before was already running through the iron gate, still breathing heavily, and walked up the stone steps. The silence has been broken. My plan of spying was no longer possible, so I simply greeted the police officer openly. I said, "What? Didn't you chase that person?" The police officer said.
我发脚时果然瞧见一个黑形，可是一直追到吉庆路还不见那家伙的影踪。那么我们走进去，这屋子里面已经发生了一件杀人案例。我和警士做简短回答的时候
Sure enough, I saw a black shape when I set off, but I chased it all the way to Jiqing Road, but there was still no trace of that guy. Then let's go in. A murder has occurred in this house. When the police officer and I gave a brief answer,
陡听的屋子里发生一种扰乱的声响，似乎有人因急速的奔走撞翻了一把椅子。那警士一听的，便首先向那北首一室的门走去。门上虽装着电铃，他并不按铃，直接推门进去。
Suddenly, a disturbing sound was heard in the room, as if someone was running quickly and knocked over a chair. As soon as the policeman heard this, he first walked towards the door of the north room. Although there was an electric bell on the door, he didn't ring the bell and just opened the door and went in.
我急急跟在后面。这一室像是一间病人的候诊室，中央有一张方桌，迎面有一部楼梯，一边排着几把长椅，长椅的对面就是通南首诊室的门，也就是那穿血长衫的人横躺的所在。门开着。
I followed quickly. This room is like a waiting room for patients. There is a square table in the center, a staircase facing it, and several benches lined up on one side. Opposite the bench is the door of Tongnan's first clinic, where the man in the bloody gown is. The place where he lies. The door is open.
我的脚刚跨进了一步，猛听得玻璃窗响动的声音。我抬起头来，果见那两扇长料已开， 那个穿白衬衫、灰发蓝绒绳的少年正从窗里逃出去。我迎前一步，把手臂一张，拦住了他的去路。
As soon as I took a step forward, I suddenly heard the sound of the glass window. I looked up and saw that the 2 long windows had been opened, and the young man in a white shirt and gray flannel was escaping out of the window. I took a step forward, opened my arms, and blocked his way.
你想逃走？我问一句。少年站住了，闭紧了嘴不答。那警士搂着身子，在横倒的人的额角上摸一摸，摇摇头。我才知道事情是件命案。警士跨过来，走到了长廖面前。
Do you want to escape? I asked. The young man stopped and kept his mouth shut. The policeman crouched, touched the forehead of the fallen man, and shook his head. Only then did I know that the matter was a murder. The policeman stepped come over and walked to Chang Liao.
那少年便被我们2人夹在中心。警士高声问道：“这地上的人是你打死的吗？”少年仍默然，他的一双黑白分明的眼睛满现着惊怖之色。他的脸型是长方的，下颌扩大，鼻子隆直。
The young man was sandwiched between the 2 of us. The policeman asked loudly, "Did you kill the people on this ground?" The young man remained silent. His black and white eyes were full of terror. His face is rectangular, his jaw is wide, and his nose is straight.
颧骨略见高耸，但面颊上的血色围着新的变态，这时已完全褪尽。若是下一句简该的批评，他的面容可当的英俊不凡的成语。我的观察在时间上不过占有了2、3秒钟。
The cheekbones were slightly high, but the blood on his cheeks and the abnormality surrounding his heart had completely faded away by now. If the next sentence of concise criticism is used, his face can be used as an idiom of handsome and extraordinary. My observation only lasted 2 or 3 seconds.
在这2、3秒钟中间，那少年只是呆呆地向我瞧瞧，又瞧瞧那穿黄制服的高个子的警士，好像正深思出神的样子。我从他的呆木的状态上推测，料想他的神经已经失了长度。
During these 2 or 3 seconds, the boy just looked at me blankly, and then at the tall policeman in yellow uniform, as if he was deep in thought. I guessed from his dull state that his nerves were out of control.
警士又耐不住地问道：“怎么不说话？你杀了人，还假装痴呆？”少年又突地旋过头去，在警士的脸上凶狠狠地瞅了一眼，忽而顿一顿足，又举起右手的拳头来挥动。躺平，别慌，不是枪声。
The police officer couldn't help but asked, "Why don't you say anything? You killed someone and still pretend to be dementia?" The young man suddenly turned his head and glanced fiercely at the policeman's face. He suddenly paused and raised his right fist to wave. Pong ping. Don't panic, it's not a gunshot.
是那少年的拳头挥击在玻璃上，击碎了长窗上的一块玻璃。他摸一摸右手的手背，第一次开口：“完了，完了。”他说完了，从警士的身旁擦肩而过，回到书桌后面的一只螺旋椅前坐下来。
It was the young man's fist that struck the glass, breaking a piece of glass on the long window. He touched the back of his right hand and spoke for the first time. "It's over, it's over." After he finished speaking, he passed by the policeman, returned to the spiral chair behind the desk, and sat down.
我和那不曾请教过姓名的警士也跟到书桌近边。警士指着地上的人，又问道：“ 这个人是死了，到底是你打死的不是？少年略抬头，目光地视在空中，点了点头。警士又问：你叫什么名字？
The policeman whose name I never asked for, and I also followed him close to the desk. The police officer pointed at the man on the ground and asked again, "This man is dead." The policeman whose name I never asked for, and I also followed him close to the desk. The police officer pointed at the man on the ground and asked again, "This man is dead. Was it you who beat him to death?" The young man raised his head slightly, stared into the air, and nodded.
少年仍不答，好像不听得。我借口道：我想他就是这屋子的主人吴小帆一世。少年还是不接口，反应是向我瞅一眼。我走前一步，把手中的雨衣放在窗边的安乐椅上。
The young man still didn't answer, as if he didn't listen. I responded, "I think he is the owner of this house, Dr. Wu Xiaofan." The young man still didn't respond and just glanced at me. I took a step forward and put the raincoat in my hand on the easy chair by the window.
我俯着身子向那地板上的人瞧一瞧，先伸手抚摸他的鼻管，他的气息果已停止。他的面穿黑苍而受损，两目仍开张一半，灰白没光的眸子似在瞧我，看了十分可怕。他的嘴唇也没有闭拢。
I leaned over and took a look at the person on the floor. I reached out and touched his nose, and found that his breathing had stopped. His face was dark and thin, and his eyes were still half open. His gray and lightless eyes seemed to be looking at me, which was very scary. His lips did not close either.
洁白而排列不很整齐的牙齿镶着失色的银肉，更觉得丑凝不忍。我估量他的年龄在30内外，但像是个饱经艰苦的人物。我正要查验他的胸口的伤处，忽给警士的高喉咙所阻住。喂！
The white but unevenly arranged teeth are framed by discolored gums, making her look even more ugly and terrifying. I estimate that he is around 30 years old, but he seems to be a man who has gone through many hardships. I was about to examine the injury on his chest when I was suddenly blocked by the policeman's high throat. "Hello."
你别乱动，这也不能怪他。他不知道我是谁，为执行他的职守，自然不容许任何人触动尸体。我并不答辩。战战上硕。来，他走到电话机前，打了一个电话到警署会。
Don't move. This can't be blamed on him. He didn't know who I was. In order to perform his duties, he naturally did not allow anyone to touch the body. I did not answer. I took the above. Come. He walked to the phone and dialed "Call the police station to meet."
阿什本瞧着那呆坐在书桌后面的少年，连续发问：“枪在哪里呀？说啊，枪在哪里呀？”他的问句仍没有效果，因为这时候有一个打岔。我听得外室中有足步声响。
Ashburn looked at the young man sitting blankly behind the desk and asked questions continuously. "Where is the gun? Tell me. Where is the gun?" His question still had no effect, because there was an interruption at this time. I heard footsteps in the outer room.
我的目光立即移向候诊室的门，门口站着一个年约24、25的少妇。伊的身上穿一件淡紫色软绸旗衫，肌肉似很白嫩丰腴，但圆形的脸儿盖着一头乌发，发穗已经剪去。
My eyes immediately moved to the waiting room door. Standing at the door was a young woman about 24 or 5 years old. E was wearing a lavender soft silk shirt, and her muscles seemed to be white, tender, and plump. The egg-shaped face is covered with black hair, which may have been cut off.
便边卷成2个小圆球，2条淡黑的细眉，一双敏活的俏眼，配着一张红润的小嘴。一的双耳上垂挂着一副月环形镶细钻石的耳环，在闪闪的发光，更足以助村一的美容。
The temples are rolled into 2 small balls. 2 thin black eyebrows, a pair of lively pretty eyes, and a small rosy mouth. A pair of moon-shaped earrings set with fine diamonds hung from Yi's ears. The temples are rolled into 2 small balls. 2 thin black eyebrows, a pair of lively pretty eyes, and a small rosy mouth. A pair of moon-shaped earrings set with fine diamonds hung from Yi's ears. They were shining brightly and were enough to help Cun Yi's beauty.
不过这时候一的脸上薄薄地笼罩着一层惊恐的神气，一的嘴唇也有些颤动，一边把一块白金揉着一的眼睛，一边额声发问：“小帆，什么事？什么事啊？”书桌后面的少年抬一抬头。
But at this time, Yi's face was covered with a thin layer of panic. Yi's lips also trembled a little. But at this time, Yi's face was covered with a thin layer of panic. Yi's lips also trembled a little. Yi rubbed her eyes with a white towel and asked in a loud voice. Xiaofan, what's the matter? What's the matter?
沉默还是照旧。那少妇像要走进诊室里来的样子，忽而目光一落，看见了门口里面横看的那个尸体。哎呦，怎么？一倒退一步，忙用手撑住了门框，模样仿佛要晕过去。
Silence remains the same. The young woman looked like she was about to enter the consulting room, but suddenly her eyes dropped and she saw the corpse looking across the door. Ouch, how dash. He took a step back and hurriedly held the door frame with his hands, looking as if he was about to faint.
这时候，若不是另有一个角色登场，我自然义不容辞的要上前去扶持一。那另一个角色是个年龄在60岁以上的女仆，正从楼梯后面的室中踉跄地走出来。
If another character hadn't appeared on the scene at this time, I would naturally have to step forward to support E. The other character, a maid over 60 years old, was staggering out of the room behind the stairs.
一看见那少妇骇叫后的倒退，便抢前一步，从一的背后把一抱住。一嚷着道：“少奶，少奶，什么事？别怕。”我走到他们俩的近前，向着那女仆说：“你把你的女主人扶到楼上去，定定神，回头再说。”
E saw the young woman screaming, retreating, so he took a step forward and hugged Dee from behind. E shouted, "Young Nai, young Nai. What's going on? Don't be afraid." E saw the young woman screaming, retreating, so he took a step forward and hugged Dee from behind. E shouted, "Young Nai, young Nai. What's going on? Don't be afraid." I walked up to them and said to the maid, "You help your mistress upstairs, calm down, and talk later."
少妇挣扎地站直了，连连摇着头，表示不接受我的话。一说：“不，不，我要瞧一瞧。小帆，这究竟是什么事？这个躺在地上的是……”吴小帆已经站起来，绕出书桌，要走向候诊室的门口来。他高呼道：
The young woman struggled to stand up straight, shaking her head repeatedly to show that she did not accept my words. E said, "No, no. I want to take a look. Xiaofan, what on earth is this? This person lying on the ground is dash. Wu Xiaofan had already stood up, walked around the desk, and was going to the door of the waiting room. He shouted.
娟英，别惊慌，一件小事。我打死了一个人。你打死了谁？女人隔着门口答应着，一的眼光又一度接触尸体。小帆也瞥一瞥地板，仍简单的作答。你也认识他，他就是沈瑞清。
Wanying, don't panic. A small thing. I killed a man. You, who did you kill? The woman agreed across the door, and Yi's eyes came into contact with the body again. Xiaofan also glanced at the floor, and still answered simply, Wanying, don't panic. A small thing. I killed a man. You, who did you kill?
沈瑞清三个字似乎有一种力，又使那女子震了一震，显示出这件事情的背后包含着某种复杂的因素。那高个子警士也跟过来，他的手中执着一把6、7寸长的白亮的短刀。
The words Shenruiqing seemed to have a certain power, which shocked the woman, indicating that there were some complicated factors behind this matter. The tall police officer also came over. In his hand was a bright white short knife 6 to 7 inches long.
他继续向吴小帆要求：“喂，你既然自己承认杀了人，为什么不肯把凶器交出来？”他把手中的刀扬一扬，这把刀我是从死者的身底下取得的，刀上光洁没有血，分明不曾用过。我听得过枪声。
He continued to ask Wu Xiaofan. Hey. Since you admitted that you killed someone, why didn't you hand over the murder weapon? He raised the knife in his hand. I got this knife from under the deceased's body. There was no blood on the knife, it was clear. Never used it. I can hear gunshots.
知道你是用手枪打死他的，你的手枪究竟藏在什么地方？这问句是多余的，我可以解决。刚才我明明瞧见他的手枪藏在他的书桌抽屉里，我还没有开口，吴小帆忽然点点头。
Knowing you shot him with a pistol. Where exactly is your pistol hidden? This question is unnecessary, I can solve it. Just now I clearly saw his pistol hidden in his desk drawer. Before I spoke, Wu Xiaofan suddenly nodded.
现出一种坚决的神气，他从裤袋里摸出一串钥匙，顺手给警士。他说：“手枪在抽屉里，你自己去拿吧。”攀上接了钥匙去开抽屉。吴小帆走到那女人的身旁，伸手抚摸一的肩膊，形状像是夫妻。
Showing a determined look. He took out a bunch of keys from his trouser pocket and handed them to the policeman. The pistol is in the drawer. Go get it yourself, he said. Climb up and take the key to open the drawer. Wu Xiaofan walked to the woman's side and reached out to touch Yi's shoulder. Shaped like a couple.
他温慰道：“娟英，你定心些。我为什么打他，你总也明白。但这件事很简单，你不用慌的。现在我总得到警察局去一趟，但是我相信我不久就可以回来。”小帆，你，女人的声调近乎哭。
He comforted, Wanying, please be at ease. You always understand why I hit him. But this matter is very simple. You don't need to panic. I always have to go to the police station now, but I believe I will be there soon. Can come back. He comforted, Wanying, please be at ease. You always understand why I hit him. But this matter is very simple. You don't need to panic. I always have to go to the police station now, but I believe I will be there soon. can come back. Xiaofan, you dash, the woman's tone was almost crying.
小帆又拍拍一的肩，我说过了，没有事。现在车夫杨三送药到柳荫路病人家去了，马上就回来。等他回来以后，你叫他到隔壁去请张康民过来。你把这件事告诉张律师。
Xiaofan patted Yi's shoulder again. I told you, it's okay. Now the coachman Yang San has delivered medicine to the patient's home on Luyin Road and will be back soon. When he comes back, you ask him to go next door and invite Zhang Kongmin over. Tell Zhang Kongmin about this. Lawyer.
他一定可以给我们处理。女子也紧紧地握住了小帆的手，颤声道：“好，我马上去请张先生来。你慢些走。”一旋转了身子，像要走出去，又站住了。小帆，这一点你得弄清楚。他当真是你打死的。
He can definitely handle it for us. The woman also held Xiaofan's hand tightly and said in a trembling voice, Okay, I'll go and ask Mr. Zhang to come right away. You walk slower. Yi spun around, as if about to walk out, then stopped again. Xiaofan, you have to understand this. Did you really beat him to death?
吴小帆忽垂着目光，缓缓地答道：“是。我已经准备了好几天。他既然要来寻我，我自然也不能不把同样的手段对付他。娟美，你知道他是一个犯罪人，我为自卫打死了他。”
Wu Xiaofan suddenly lowered his gaze and replied slowly, Yes. I have been preparing for several days. Since he is coming to find me, I naturally have to use the same method to deal with him. Wang Mei, you know him, he was a criminal. I killed him in self-defense.
也绝不至于抵他的命。夫妇俩的话没有终止，外面又是一大阵脚声，走进了3、4个警士。最先走进门的一个穿着巡长制服，他先看看尸首，又向我们几个人瞧一瞧。
It will never cost him his life. The couple's words did not stop. There was another burst of footsteps outside, and 3 or 4 police officers walked in. The first one to walk through the door was wearing a patrol officer's uniform. He first looked at the body, and then looked at a few of us.
他的视线发现了诊室中的警士，他问道：“王南福，你电话中说的凶手是哪一个？”王南福恰巧已经捡出了书桌抽屉中的手枪，很高兴地走过来，向吴医师指一指。他说道：“曹巡长。”
His eyes caught the police officer in the consulting room. He asked, Wang Nanfu, who is the murderer you mentioned on the phone? Wang Nanfu happened to have already checked out the pistol in the desk drawer, and happily came over and pointed it to Dr. Wu. He said, Inspector Chow.
他就是杀人的凶手。现在我们把他带到署里去吧。好，这是凶器。巡长接过那只手枪去查看。王警士点点头，又旋转来瞧我。先生，你是个重要的证人，不能不烦劳你陪我们走一趟。
He is the murderer. Now let's take him to the department. Good. Is this the murder weapon? The inspector took the pistol and went to inspect it. Police Sergeant Wang nodded, then turned to look at me. Sir, you are an important witness. I can't help but bother you to accompany us.
我还没有请教过尊姓大名呢。我点点头，随手摸出一张名片来给他。疑点。这件案子的发生差不多是我亲眼目睹的。行凶的吴小帆又自己承认过， 再是不至于再有什么疑问。
I haven't asked for your surname yet. I nodded, casually took out a business card and gave it to him. 3. Doubts. I almost witnessed the occurrence of this case. Wu Xiaofan, the perpetrator, admitted it himself, so there was no need for any more doubts due to the situation.
这是一件偶然事件，不是什么疑案。我自从和霍桑合作以来，经历的奇案在100数以上，却从没有像这一案那么迅速了结。可是事实的转变竟出乎所料。我的最初的观念是错误的。
This was an accidental incident, not a mystery. Since I cooperated with Hawthorne, I have experienced hundreds of strange cases, but they have never been solved as quickly as this case. But the change of facts was unexpected. My initial notion was wrong.
这件事还是一件疑案，它的内幕并不像我所料想的这样简单。我到了警署里以后，署长许处时看了我的名次，很客气地和我招呼。他也是素来知道我的。
This matter is still a mystery, and the inside story is not as simple as I expected. When I arrived at the police station, Commissioner Su Chusher saw my badge and greeted me politely. He has always known me.
我把经过的情形从头至尾说了一遍。许署长自然绝对信任，把我的话当作一种重要的证据。他又向吴小帆问供，小帆重新缄默起来。许署长问他为什么缘故打死沈瑞清。
I recounted what happened from beginning to end. Director Su naturally trusted me absolutely and regarded my words as an important piece of evidence. He asked Wu Xiaofan for a confession again. Xiaofan became silent again. Director Su asked him why he beat Shen Ruiqing to death.
他和沈瑞清有什么怨仇？小帆默默地不答，他的双目仍现着果定的状态，有时紧皱着双眉，有时自己摇摇头，表示出一种迷愁懊恼的模样。我说：“许署长，我想他刚才干过了那件凶案。”
What grudge does he have with Shen Ruiqing? Xiaofan didn't answer silently. His eyes were still resolute. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes he shook his head, showing a look of confusion and annoyance. I said, Director Su, I think he just committed the murder.
他的神经上所受的刺激一定非常厉害。此刻他的精神上显着异态。你要希望详细的口供，还不如等明天再问。许处是很赞成我的建议，其实除了赞成我的话以外，一时也没有别的办法。
The stimulation on his nerves must have been severe. He is obviously mentally abnormal at the moment. If you want a detailed confession, you might as well wait until tomorrow to ask. Su Chusher agreed with my suggestion very much. In fact, besides agreeing with my words, he had no other choice for the moment.
吴小帆是一个自由职业者，不比无产阶级的民众，一到警探先生们的手里，不开口就可以随随便便用手法威逼。这时，吴小帆既然闭口不说，他的精神上也明明现着异象。
Wu Xiaofan is a freelancer. He is no better than the proletarian people. Once in the hands of the police detectives, he can use any means to intimidate him without opening his mouth. Since Wu Xiaofan kept silent at this time, he was clearly experiencing strange phenomena in his spirit.
暂时延斋自然是没有办法中的一法。下一天8月14日的清晨，这事情变卦了。我的老友霍桑忽然打电话给我，叫我到他的狱里去谈谈。我起初还以为有什么别的案子，约我去相助。
Temporarily postponing harvesting is naturally one of the best options. In the early morning of August 14th the next day, the matter changed. My old friend Hawthorne suddenly called me and asked me to come to his apartment to talk. At first I thought there was some other case and I was asked to help.
不料上夜里的这件血案，竟也和霍桑发生了关系。他走向我说：“包朗，昨夜里你不是发现一件杀人案吗？这案子非常奇怪，内中的情节并不像你所见到的这样简单。”我反问他道
Unexpectedly, the murderous case at night had something to do with Hawthorne. He walked up to me and said, "Bao Lang, didn't you discover a murder case last night? This case is very strange, and the plot inside is not as simple as what you saw." I asked him back.
你怎么也知道了这件事？霍桑道：“昨夜里那被捕的吴小帆已从南署里移介到了总厅。殷玉晨厅长因着发现了几个疑点，不能解决。汪银林恰巧在请假中，所以连夜来请我去商谈过一次。”
How did you know about this? Hawthorne said, Wu Xiaofan, who was arrested last night, has been transferred from the South Department to the main office. Director Yin Yuchen found several doubts that could not be solved, and Wang Yinlin happened to be on leave, so he invited me to discuss it overnight.
我不但已经见过小帆，并且见过他的妻子谭娟英，他们的女仆夏妈和包车夫杨三。这三个人昨夜里都给传到总厅里去过，所以我对于这案子的情形也许比你所知道的更详细些。
I have not only met Xiaofan, but also his wife Tan Wanying, their maid Xiao Ma and the coachman Yang San. These three people were all sent to the main hall last night. So I may know more details about this case than you do.
那好极，我正要查一个明白。可是吴小帆已有了口供。是的，霍桑应了一声，擦火烧纸烟，一边呼吸着，一边把两腿伸直，仰靠着藤椅的船背。不过他所供的和你所已经知道的恰正相反。哦，
That's great. I was about to find out. But Wu Xiaofan has already made a confession. Yes. Hawthorne responded, wiping the fire and burning the cigarette. While breathing, he straightened his legs and leaned back on the back of the wicker chair. But what he said is exactly the opposite of what you already know. Oh?
他说沈瑞清不是他打死的，这果真出我的意外。我瞧瞧霍桑的声音态度，绝对不像是开玩笑。我顿了一顿，说：“奇怪二，他昨夜里明明已经承认过，现在怎么翻供了？这就是一个待决的疑问。”
He said it was not him who killed Shen Ruiqing. This really surprised me. I looked at Hawthorne's voice and attitude, and it definitely didn't sound like a joke. I paused and said, "Strange too. He clearly confessed last night, so why is he retracting his confession now? This is a pending question. He said it was not him who killed Shen Ruiqing. This really surprised me. I looked at Hawthorne's voice and attitude, and it definitely didn't sound like a joke. I paused and said, "Strange too. He clearly confessed last night, so why is he retracting his confession now? This is a pending question."
他不承认打死沈瑞清的话，如果实在，那么他当时为什么承认，势必另有内幕。你对于这个疑问有什么见解？我在搜集各方面的佐证以前，还不能下具体的答案。你所希求的佐证是什么？
If it is true that he did not admit that he killed Shen Ruiqing, then why he admitted it at that time must have another inside story. What is your opinion on this question? I can't give a specific answer until I collect all kinds of evidence. What is the evidence you want?
据昨夜到场检验的曹伯维巡长说，枪弹从胸口打入，从背部穿出，但是四处检寻，枪弹却没有着落。这是一个重大的疑点。
According to Inspector Chow Bowie, who came to the scene for inspection last night, the bullet entered from the chest and passed through the back. However, he searched everywhere but found no bullet. This is a major doubt.
南区署长许楚时也曾在那诊室中和隔壁候诊室中的地板上寻过一回，同样没有找到。不过许署长在诊室中分隔的墙壁上发现一个新鲜的断痕，他还把那诊室和候诊室绘了一个图。
Sue Chusher, the director of the Southern District, also searched the floor in that clinic and the waiting room next door, but couldn't find it either. However, Director Sue found a fresh break on the dividing wall in the consulting room. Sue Chusher, the director of the Southern District, also searched the floor in that clinic and the waiting room next door, but couldn't find it either. However, Director Sue found a fresh break on the dividing wall in the consulting room. He also drew a diagram of the consulting room and the waiting room.
我也瞧见过。这所痕恰近通候诊室的门口，在里面的一边，离地板约有2英尺，很像是枪弹所伤的。那枪弹会不会从这所口中陷进墙壁里去？霍桑吐出了一口烟，摇摇头，不会。
I've seen it too. The mark was near the doorway to the waiting room, on the inside side, about 2 feet from the floor, and looked very much like a bullet wound. Will the bullet sink into the wall from the mouth? Hawthorne exhaled a puff of smoke and shook his head. No.
那颗痕还浅，墙砖有时候都是石砌的。许楚时曾仔细查验过，绝没有陷进去或穿过的可能。据曹巡长的见解，死者进了诊室以后，大概立在书桌面前。吴小帆开枪打进了沈瑞清的胸口。
The mark is still shallow, the wall bricks are 10 hours thick, and they are all made of solid bricks. Sue Chusher had carefully inspected it and found that there was absolutely no possibility of sinking in or passing through it. According to Inspector Chow, the deceased probably stood in front of the desk after entering the consulting room. Wu Xiaofan shot Shen Ruiqing in the chest.
穿背而出，射在壁上，就留下了一个痕迹。可是枪弹从壁上落下或反射开来，势必仍留在室中，不料竟找不到。这一点最奇怪。你想曹巡长的见解有没有成立的可能性？据我看
It came out through the back and hit the wall, leaving a mark. However, if the bullet falls or reflects off the wall, it is bound to remain in the room, but unexpectedly it cannot be found. This is the strangest thing. Do you think Inspector Chow's opinion is possible? As far as I can see.
这理解不能成立，因为壁上的断痕离地板只有2英尺。假使沈瑞清果真是立着中枪的，枪弹穿背而过，折在壁上，那末壁上领痕的高度至少应有死者高度的3/5。换一句说
This understanding cannot be established. Because the break in the wall was only 2 feet from the floor. If Shen Ruiqing was really shot standing up, and the bullet passed through his back and hit the wall, then the height of the collar mark on the wall should be at least 3/5 of the height of the deceased. In other words,
那段痕须得离地板4英尺左右方才符合。因为枪弹的发射在短距离间当然是直线进行的，何况死者又没有安坐或蹲下的可能，这推想显然有些破绽。
The break must be about 4 feet from the floor to fit. The break must be about 4 feet from the floor to fit. Because the bullets were fired in a short distance, of course, in a straight line, not to mention that the deceased had no possibility of sitting down or squatting down, this assumption obviously has some flaws.
那么你想，吴小帆的翻供可会是说谎抵赖？我还不能说。他的否认很坚决。你已经接受他的话。肯定的接受当然还谈不到，但至少也不应忽视。他怎么样说？他既然不承认。
So do you think Wu Xiaofan's confession was lying and denial? I can't say yet. His denial was firm. You have accepted his words? Definite acceptance is certainly out of the question, but at least it should not be ignored. What did he say? Since he doesn't admit it.
可曾说是谁打死那沈瑞清的？没有。他没有别的话，单说他不曾开枪打死沈瑞清，对于别的问题，他还是缄口不说。我寻思了一下，复度的自言自语：“这真奇怪。假使小帆的话是实在的。”
Have you ever said who beat Shen Ruiqing to death? No. He had nothing else to say, except that he had never shot Shen Ruiqing to death. He remained silent on other issues. I thought for a moment and said to myself, this is really strange. If what Xiao, have you ever said who beat Shen Ruiqing to death? No. He had nothing else to say, except that he had never shot Shen Ruiqing to death. He remained silent on other issues. I thought for a moment and said to myself, this is really strange. If what Xiaofan said is true.
莫非沈瑞清过去的时候先已中了枪？霍桑忽举起了他的纸烟，不，这是不可能的。许署长和曹巡长都说，那伤痕恰在左胸的近心房处，一中枪势必立即致命。他绝不会如你所料。
Could it be that Shen Ruiqing was shot when he passed by? Huaseng suddenly raised his cigarette and said, no, it's out of the question. Director Su and Inspector Chow both said that the scar was right on the left chest near the atrium, and a shot would be fatal immediately. He will never be what you expect.
中了枪，再能从外面走进去，辩证很合理。我当然不能坚持。经过了一度思索，我又记起一件事。我说：“霍桑，还有一件事。我记得，当我和那警士王甫福听得了枪声，在街角汇集的时候。”
You can walk in from the outside after being shot. The dialectic is very reasonable, but of course I can't insist on it. After thinking for a while, I remembered one more thing. I said, Hawthorne, there is one more thing. I remember when the police officer Wang Fufu and I heard the gunshots and gathered at the street corner. You can walk in from the outside after being shot. The dialectic is very reasonable, but of course I can't insist on it. After thinking for a while, I remembered one more thing. I said, Hawthorne, there is one more thing. I remember when the police officer Wang Fufu and I heard the gunshots and gathered at the street corner.
曾瞧见一个人形从那屋子里奔出来，当时三南福可惜没有把他追着。现在想起来，这个人很有行凶的可能。霍桑答道：“不错，这个人的确重要，不过仍不能解释不见枪弹的疑问。”
I once saw a human figure running out of the house. It was a pity that San Nanfu did not chase him at that time. Now that I think about it, this person is very likely to commit murder. Hawthorne replied, yes, this person is indeed important, but it still cannot explain the problem of missing bullets.
因为即使那逃走的人开枪打死了沈瑞清以后立即逃出，那枪弹也应当留在屋子里。是的，枪弹的不见不但缺乏佐证上的材料，还留下一种不可思议的疑窦，因为凶手行凶以后
Because even if the person who escaped shot Shen Ruiqing and fled immediately, the bullets should have been left in the house. Yes, the missing bullets not only lack supporting evidence, but also leave an incredible suspicion, because after the murderer committed the crime.
是不会如此从课周密，把枪弹部捡拾了去。我想到这里，又发现了一种补充的资料。我又说，我记得我站在长窗外面偷窥的时候，看见吴小帆正俯着身子站在尸体旁边。在这当地
I would not be so careful, so I picked up the gun and ammunition. Thinking of this, I found another supplementary information. I said again. I would not be so careful, so I picked up the gun and ammunition. Thinking of this, I found another supplementary information. I said again. I remember when I was standing outside the long window and peeping, I saw Wu Xiaofan leaning over and standing next to the corpse. Here.
他也许偶然瞧见了那落在地板上的枪弹，为消减证据起见，他便顺手将弹子拾起来纳在袋里。你想这一点有没有可能性？霍桑不及回答，注视着他手中的纸烟上缕缕的烟雾。
He may have accidentally seen the bullet falling on the floor, and in order to reduce the evidence, he picked it up and put it in his bag. Do you think this is possible? Hawthorne did not answer immediately and stared at the wisps of smoke on the cigarette in his hand.
似在沉思考虑，一会他才点点头。哈，很可能，这见解很重要。不过吴小帆在警局里时，身上给搜索过，不见有什么枪弹。他不会成间丢掉吗？譬如他在一届的途中。
He seems to be thinking clearly. After a while, he nodded. It's very possible. This opinion is very important. But when Wu Xiaofan was in the police station, his body was searched and no bullets were found. Won't he be thrown away? For example, when he is being transferred.
尽有把枪弹抛弃的机会的呀。是的，我很欢喜。如此，我们的理解也许已进一步了。你可曾把搜得的手枪检验过？霍桑点点头。验过了。那手枪是最新式口径的卡列门牌子，共有9颗子弹。
There is every opportunity to throw away the bullets. Well, yes. I am very happy. In this way, our understanding may have gone further. Have you ever examined the pistols you found? Hawthorne nodded. Tested. That pistol is of the latest caliber, Cayman brand, with a total of 9 bullets.
放去了1颗，还剩8颗。这枪已不是新购的，但查验那枪管，那失去的1颗子弹明明是新近放射的。假使我们能够找到那里枪弹，跟枪比对一下是否相配，这疑问不是立即可以解决了吗？
1 was removed and 8 were left. This gun was not newly purchased, but upon inspection of the barrel, the missing bullet was clearly fired recently. If we can find the bullet and compare it with the gun to see if it matches, wouldn't this problem be solved immediately?
是，这本是一条最简洁的直线路。可惜的是，这重要的枪弹偏偏不见，不由你打如意算盘。他顿一顿，又沉吟地说：“我看这件事只能迂回些，从别方面进行。”善，哪一方面？
Yes. This is the simplest straight line. It's a pity that this important bullet is missing, so you can't make your own plans. He paused and then said thoughtfully, I think this matter can only be done in a roundabout way and from another aspect. Sean, which aspect?
我相信吴小帆和死者之间一定有某种特殊关系。现在小鸡虽不肯说，他的妻子谭娟英大概总也知情。对，他的妻子怎样说？一因这刺激太深，精神上也失了常态。
I believe there must be some special relationship between Wu Xiaofan and the deceased. Although Xiaoji refuses to say anything now, his wife Tan Wanying probably knows about it. Right. What did his wife say? Because the stimulation was too deep, he lost her mental state.
一只说，昨夜发案时，一已经先提，睡梦中仿佛听得开枪声音，但没有完全醒。后来一被高呼声和破窗声所惊觉，才起身下楼。我问起一的丈夫和死者的关系，一也说不知道。
He only said that he had already mentioned it when the incident happened last night. He seemed to hear the sound of shooting in his sleep, but he did not wake up completely. He only said that he had already mentioned it when the incident happened last night. He seemed to hear the sound of shooting in his sleep, but he did not wake up completely. Later, E was startled by shouts and the sound of broken windows, so she got up and went downstairs. I asked about the relationship between Yi's husband and the deceased, and Yi said she didn't know.
不过，我相信一说的不是实话。那么你得想法子叫一说实话才行。是，我问过吴家里的2个仆人，那女仆夏妈说，小帆出诊回来时是一开门的，开门后更麻便睡。隔了会，夏妈先听得门铃响。
But I believe that E is not telling the truth. Then you have to find a way to get E to tell the truth. Yes. I asked 2 servants in the Wu family. But I believe that E is not telling the truth. Then you have to find a way to get E to tell the truth. Yes. I asked 2 servants in the Wu family. The maid, Xiaoma, said that when Xiaofan came back from a medical visit, it was E who opened the door, and her mother went to sleep after opening the door. After a while, Xiaoma heard the doorbell ring first.
接着又听得枪声，一围着害怕，不敢出来，直到一的女主人下了楼，一方才走出来。还有那车夫杨三，说是送药出去的，完全不知道这一回事。我又想起了另一个人，又向霍桑建议。我说
Then gunshots were heard again. E was so scared that he didn't dare to come out. It wasn't until his mistress came downstairs that Yi Fang came out. There was also the coachman Yang San, who said he was delivering medicine and had no idea about it. I thought of another person and suggested to Hawthorne. I said,
我听吴小帆嘱咐过他的妻子，叫一请隔壁的张康民律师来料理。好像这张律师符他们非常熟悉，也许也会知道这件事的内幕。霍桑吸了几口烟，应道：“是，谭世英也提起过这张康民。”
I heard that Wu Xiaofan asked his wife to ask lawyer Zhang Kangmin next door to take care of it. It seems that they are very familiar with this lawyer's uniform, and maybe they also know the inside story of this matter. Hua Sang took a few puffs of cigarette and responded, yes, Tan Shiying also mentioned this Kangmin.
昨夜里我已经打电话会找他，但是他还没有回家。刚才我又打了一次电话，约张康民到这里来谈话。我知道你是发现这案子的个人，一定很注意这案子的进展，所以特地请你来。
I called him last night, but he hasn't come home yet. I just made another call and asked Zhang Kongmin to come here to talk. I know that you are the first person to discover this case, and you must be paying close attention to the progress of this case, so I specially invited you here.
他瞧瞧壁炉沿上的磁钟，8点半了，他怎么还不来？他忽而丢了烟尾，侧着耳朵向窗外。包朗，你不听得门外的停车声音吗？大概就是他吧。4. 供词。张康民律师可算是一个俊美的少年。
He looked at the porcelain clock on the mantelpiece. It's 8:30. Why isn't he here yet? He suddenly threw away the end of his cigarette and turned his ear toward the window. Bao Lang, didn't you hear the sound of parking outside the door? It was probably him. 4. Confession. Lawyer Zhang Kongmin is a handsome young man.
他的年龄不会超过27、8，颀长的身材，白皙的脸，一双敏锐的眼睛，配着2条浓眉，说得上熠熠有神。他有一个高鼻梁的鼻子和方阔的下领，也足以表示他的多智善断。
He is no older than 27 or 88 years old. He has a tall figure, a fair face, a pair of sharp eyes, and 2 thick eyebrows. He can be said to be energetic and energetic. He has a high nose bridge and a square and wide collar, which are enough to express his wisdom and judgment.
他对于修饰上似乎也不含糊。他的浓厚的美发从左边分开，光油油的高耸在额上，高抹得十分光泽。他身上穿一套淡灰色薄花呢西装，紧窄的短褂，宽阔的脚管。
He also seems to be unambiguous about grooming. His thick, beautiful hair was parted from the left side and stood high on his forehead, which was very glossy. He was wearing a light gray thin tweed suit, a tight short coat, and wide legs.
裤带口还缀着一个金圆的表坠，处处都顾得合适入时。莱克和我们招呼坐定以后，先向霍桑道歉，说昨夜里他因着一个朋友的婚宴闹了一整夜，到天明方才回寓。他说
There is also a gold round watch pendant on the pocket of the trouser pocket, making everything look fashionable. After the visitor greeted us and sat down, he first apologized to Hawthorne, saying that he had made a fuss all night because of a friend's wedding banquet last night, and did not return to his apartment until dawn. He said,
刚才我已经见过吴夫人，一因着昨夜里受惊太厉害，又因小番兄还不曾释放回家，所以一的精神至今还没有恢复原状。一委托我办理这一件事。
I have met Mrs. Wu just now. Because E was so frightened last night, and because Brother Xiaofan has not yet been released and returned home, Yi's energy has not yet returned to its original state. E entrusted me with this matter.
一还告诉我一已经拍电报报告一的父亲谭泽林。霍先生，你也许也认识这位谭先生吧？霍桑的眼珠转了几转，摇摇头。我借口道，可是江苏省政府的委员谭泽林。张康民忙应道，正是。
E also told me that E had sent a telegram to report to Yi's father, Tan Zealand. Mr. Hua, maybe you also know this Mr. Tan? Hawthorne rolled his eyes a few times and shook his head. E also told me that E had sent a telegram to report to Yi's father, Tan Zealand. Mr. Hua, maybe you also know this Mr. Tan? Hawthorne rolled his eyes a few times and shook his head. I said, but Tan Zealand, a member of the Jiangsu provincial government? Zhang Kongmin hurriedly responded, exactly.
包先生，你总也听得过他老人家的正声很好，交际也非常广。 一的哥哥叫谭继新，也是这里警备司令部的。霍桑忽剪住他说：“张律师，这件事情似乎和谭先生的正生交际没有关系。”
Mr. Bao, you have always heard that he has a very good political voice and a wide range of contacts. Yi's brother is called Tan Jisun, and he is also from the security headquarters here. Hua Sang suddenly stopped him and said, Lawyer Zhang, this matter seems to have nothing to do with Mr. Tan's political communication.
更不必劳动警备司令。我想免得破费张律师的宝贵光阴，我们的谈话不如把范围收缩些。张康民的眼皮眨几眨，似乎有些不好意思。他点点头，装出些笑容。不错，不错。
Not to mention the labor guard commander. I think so as not to waste Attorney Zhang's precious time. We might as well narrow the scope of our conversation. Zhang Kongmin blinked his eyelids a few times, seeming a little embarrassed. He nodded and pretended to smile. Not bad, not bad.
我们应得从本题上谈。霍先生，你有什么见教？你说你已经受了吴夫人的委托，请问一所委托的关于哪一方？一说那沈瑞清不是小帆打死的，叫我设法给他查明白。
We should start with this topic. Mr. Hua, do you have any advice? You said that you have been entrusted by Mrs. Wu. Which party is the entrustment by Yi Suo? Yi said that Shen Ruiqing was not killed by Xiaofan and asked me to try to find out for him.
我听说小帆兄自己也不承认，所以我的任务就在证实吴小帆的无罪。不过我们当律师的，真像你们当侦探的一样，着重的是物证和事实。现在我还没有和小帆兄会过面。
I heard that Brother Xiaofan himself didn't admit it. So my mission is to prove Wu Xiaofan's innocence. But we as lawyers are just like you as detectives. We focus on physical evidence and facts. I haven't met Brother Xiaofan yet.
故而还不便发表什么具体的意见。如此，我们眼前的谈话没有延长下去的可能，是不是？张康民抚弄着他的金元表坠，注视着霍桑，不及答话。我又从旁插口道
Therefore, it is inconvenient to express any specific opinions. So, there is no possibility of prolonging the conversation before us, is there? Zhang Kongmin was stroking his gold-round watch pendant, looking at Hawthorne, and didn't immediately answer. I interrupted from the side.
我记得昨夜里吴小帆被捕以前，就嘱咐他的夫人，把这件事委托张先生。我听他的口气，好像说你对于这件事情事前已经有接洽。张先生，是不是？张康民显然不妨我有这样的问句。
I remember that before Wu Xiaofan was arrested last night, he asked his wife to entrust this matter to Mr. Zhang. From his tone, it seemed to me that you had already been contacted about this matter beforehand. Mr. Zhang, is that right? Zhang Kongmin obviously didn't expect me to ask such a question.
他呆了一呆，侧过脸来向我瞧瞧，又低下头去。他摸出一支银质的纸烟匣来，抽出一支烟，慢慢的烧着，分明借此掩护他的窘态。霍桑也乘机说：“我觉得吴小帆夫妇和那被害的沈瑞清之间。”
He stayed for a moment, turned his face to look at me, and then lowered his head. He took out a silver cigarette case, took out a cigarette, and burned it slowly, obviously to cover up his embarrassment. Hua Sang also took the opportunity to say, I think the relationship between Wu Xiaofan and his wife and the murdered Shen Ruiqing.
不但是彼此素识，势必还有特殊的关系。张律师事前既有接洽， 想必也明白这个关系。现在就请你说一说，也许可以做些参考资料。张康民吐出了一缕烟，抬起头来，缓缓点了一点。他答道
Not only do they know each other well, they must also have a special relationship. Lawyer Zhang had been contacted beforehand and must have understood this relationship. Please tell me now, maybe I can make some references. Zhang Kongmin blew out a wisp of smoke, raised his head, and slowly lit a little. He replied,
他们间的关系，我果然略知一二。论情，在未得到他们的许可以前，我不便擅自发表。不过现在为侦查案情起见，也不妨全一些。霍先生、包先生，你们两位必须应许我严守秘密，我才能发表。
I do know something about their relationship. As a matter of fact, I cannot publish without their permission. However, for the sake of investigating the case now, it may be expedient. Mr. Hua, Mr. Bao, you two must promise me to keep it strictly confidential before I can publish it.
霍桑应道：“这个当然可以。我的职业正也和你的相同，守秘密原是我们应尽的义务。”张康民又点点头，表示满意。他连续地吸了一会烟，开始我所急欲知道的故事。他说
Hawthorne responded, Of course you can. My profession is exactly the same as yours. Keeping secrets is our duty. Hawthorne responded, Of course you can. My profession is exactly the same as yours. Keeping secrets is our duty. Zhang Kongmin nodded again, expressing satisfaction. He smoked continuously for a while and started the story I was eager to know. He said,
我和小帆夫妇已经做了1年多邻居，但我明白他们和沈瑞清间的密室还是1星期前的事。那天是星期1的晚上，吴夫人忽而到我的寓里来见我，告诉我小帆有一件困难的事。
Xiao Fan and his wife and I have been neighbors for more than a year, but it was only a week ago that I understood the secret history between them and Shen Ruiqing. That day was Monday night, and Mrs. Wu suddenly came to see me at my apartment. Yi told me that Xiao Fan has a difficult matter.
要求我帮助。我问一这困难事情的性质。一说，小鸡有一个仇人，彼此结下了不可解释的怨仇。这几天，小帆似乎防那仇人的暗算，特地把3个月前他所购买的一把手枪藏在身上。
Ask me for help. I asked Yi about the nature of this difficult matter. Yi said, Xiaoji has an enemy, and they have an inexplicable grudge against each other. In the past few days, Xiaofan seemed to be on guard against the enemy's plot, and purposely hid a pistol he bought 3 months ago on his body.
我有些怕他会闹出乱子来，可是又没有劝阻的方法，所以特地来恳求你逼住他一下。我和小帆的感情平日本来很好，每逢大家空闲的时候，常常互相来往谈话，仿佛是自己人一般。
I am a little afraid that he will cause trouble, but there is no way to stop him, so I come here to beg you to help him. My relationship with Xiaofan has always been very good. Whenever we are free, we often talk to each other as if we were our own people.
不过，关于小鸡的仇人的事，他始终没有提起过。当时我因着他的夫人的请求，便答应了准备给他们尽些地利。我把小帆请过来，悄悄地问他，这里面究竟有怎样的纠纷。
But he never mentioned Xiaoji's enemies. At that time, I agreed to his wife's request and prepared to do my best for them. I invited Xiaofan over and asked him quietly what kind of dispute there was.
他起先还不肯说， 后来他忽然奔回家去取了一张申报来，指着一节新闻给我瞧。他向我说，这一节第3监狱罪犯越狱的新闻，你可曾注意过？你瞧，这是上星期6晚间的事。
He refused to say anything at first, but then he suddenly rushed home to get a report and pointed to a piece of news for me. He said to me, "Have you ever noticed the news about the escape of criminals from the 3rd prison in this section? You see, this happened last Saturday night."
一共逃出了9个犯人，内中有一个名叫沈瑞清的，就是我的仇人。我问道，这姓沈的和你有什么样的怨仇？你怎么知道他一定会来暗算你？小帆说，当3个月前
A total of 9 prisoners escaped, and one of them, Shen Ruiqing, was my enemy. I asked, "What kind of grudge does this person named Shen have against you? How do you know that he will definitely come to plot against you?" Xiaofan said, 3 months ago.
有一个期满释放出来的犯人叫程玉堂，特地送一个口信给我。这人和沈瑞清同狱的，他通告我的举动完全出于好意。他说沈瑞清曾在监中提起我们的怨嫌，他曾切齿地宣誓。
A prisoner named Xing Yutong who was released after his term was released sent a message to me. This man was in prison with Shen Ruiqing. His action in informing me was entirely out of the goodness of his heart. He said that Shen Ruiqing once raised our grievances in prison. He swore with gnashing of teeth.
他100自由了，必要向我报仇。我得了这个消息，便买了一把手枪，随时警戒起来。现在他果真从狱中逃出来了，我料定他一定要来寻我。我自然要问小帆，他所以和沈瑞清结怨。
He is free and must take revenge on me. When I got the news, I bought a pistol to be on guard at all times. Now that he has really escaped from prison, I am sure that he will come to find me. Of course I have to ask Xiaofan why he has a grudge against Shen Ruiqing.
究竟为的是什么？小帆却守密不肯说，只说等事情过去了再告诉我。我不便强制他宣布，便安慰了他几句。我料想出沈的既然是个越狱的逃犯，他的自身还没有安全，未必就赶来报复。
For what exactly? Xiaofan, however, kept it a secret and refused to tell me. He only said that he would tell me after the matter was over. I couldn't force him to announce it, so I comforted him with a few words. I expected that since the person in charge was a fugitive who had escaped from prison, he might not dare to take revenge because he was not yet safe.
不料他昨夜里果然来了，更想不到的又造成了这样的结果。这件事从表面上看，小帆兄固然处于嫌疑的地位，但他既然不承认行凶，吴夫人也坚决地说小帆不曾杀入。
Unexpectedly, he came last night. Even more unexpectedly, he caused such a result. On the surface of this matter, Brother Xiaofan is certainly in a suspicious position, but since he did not admit to committing the crime, Mrs. Wu also firmly said that Xiaofan did not kill.
这里面势必另有情由。我认为我们要解决这个疑点，第一步先得和小鸡冲仔细地谈一谈。这少年律师的一番话，虽然在案情的历史方面给出了一个轮廓。
There must be another reason for this. I think the first step for us to resolve this doubt is to have a careful discussion with Zaya Jiking. The young lawyer's words gave an outline of the history of the case.
但在实际的疑问上仍没有多大注意。霍桑和张康民的意见相同，打算再去见一见吴小帆，和他细细地谈一回，然后再着手进行。 5分钟后，我们就同着张耕民一块儿到警局里去。
But it still doesn't help much with practical questions. Hua Sang and Zhang Kongmin had the same opinion. They planned to see Wu Xiaofan again and have a detailed talk with him before proceeding. 5 minutes later, we went to the police station with Zhang Gengmin.
吴小帆穿的还是那条灰色法兰绒裤，上身加了一件同质料的短褂，不过并不怎样熨贴。他的精神状态和我在上夜里瞧见的情形完全不同了。他的那双黑白分明的眼睛已是活泼有神。
Wu Xiaofan was still wearing the same pair of gray flannel pants, and added a short coat of the same material to his upper body, but it was not very ironed. His mental state was completely different from what I saw last night. His black and white eyes are already lively and lively.
颧骨上也微现血色，分明他的反常的神经已恢复了原状。我记得上夜里他的脸上仿佛蒙上了一层油，兀自呆木木的不肯发话。这时候他已截然变换。
There was also a slight trace of blood on his cheekbones, indicating that his abnormal nerves had returned to their original state. I remember that last night his face seemed to be covered with a layer of darkness, and he was dumbfounded and refused to speak. By this time he had completely changed.
当时张康民和拘留空的值班接洽了一下，把吴小帆领进了一间小室，先向他说明来意。小帆不待我们发问，竟先自向霍桑滔滔不绝地阐辩起来。他说：“好，好，你是大侦探霍桑先生。”
At that time, Zhang Kongmin contacted the person on duty at the detention center, led Wu Xiaofan into a small room, and first explained to him what was happening. Xiaofan didn't wait for us to ask questions, and started to argue endlessly to Hawthorne. He said, "Okay, okay, are you the great detective Mr. Hawthorne?"
我闻名好久了，你是一个新时代的侦探，当然有科学头脑，你的见解论断也当然要有根据。我相信你绝不会像其他的侦探们一般，不顾事实不重证据的强入人罪，是不是，霍先生？
I have been famous for a long time. You are a new age detective, certainly with a scientific mind. Of course, your opinions and judgments must be well-founded. I believe you will never be like other detectives who commit crimes by force, regardless of facts and evidence. Yes or no? Mr. Hua.
我没有罪，我当真没有打死沈瑞清。不过沈瑞清怎样死的，我也不能够证明。这一点就要费你的心。说话像恭维，又像演说。霍桑不回答，但站定了向他端详，似在观察对方的精神状态。
I am not guilty. I really did not beat Shen Ruiqing to death. But I can't prove how Shen Ruiqing died. This is something you need to worry about. He spoke like a compliment and a speech. I am not guilty. I really did not beat Shen Ruiqing to death. But I can't prove how Shen Ruiqing died. This is something you need to worry about. He spoke like a compliment and a speech. Hawthorne did not answer, but stood still and looked at him, as if he was observing the other person's mental state.
他的话是否可以负责？我觉得他这几句话和我上夜里所见闻的事实相反，就乘机插入一句。我说：“你在昨夜发案的当，不是向那警士承认过的吗？”他旋转眼光来，很注意地向我瞧一瞧。
Whether his words can be held accountable. I felt that these few words of his were contrary to what I had seen and heard last night, so I took the opportunity to insert a sentence. I said, "Didn't you admit it to the police officer when the crime happened last night?" He turned his eyes and looked at me attentively.
点点头。他答道：不悉。包先生，我认得你。昨夜里你也在场。我告诉你，当时我所以承认行凶，实在是因为受了这凶案的刺激，脑筋昏背了。
Nod. He replied, no matter what. Mr. Bao, I recognize you. You were also present last night. Let me tell you. The reason why I admitted to committing the murder at that time was actually because I was so stimulated by the murder that I lost my mind.
我自己也不知道有没有开枪，我本来有开枪打他的意思。霍先生，你得弄清楚，这是自卫。他要谋害我，我自然不能不反抗。当时我看见他倒地而死，始终又没有别的人。
I don't know if I shot him or not. I had the intention to shoot him. Well, Mr. Hua, you have to find out. This is self-defense. He wanted to murder me, so I naturally had to resist. I saw him fall to the ground and die, and there was no one else in the room.
我便误认他是我打死的。其实不是。不，他不是我打死的。我实在没有开过枪，除了语声近乎激越以外，说话的理路很清楚，不像是一个精神反常的人所能说得出的。我不再开口。
I mistakenly believed that I had beaten him to death. Not really. No, I didn't kill him. I mistakenly believed that I had beaten him to death. Not really. No, I didn't kill him. I really haven't fired a gun. Apart from the almost agitated tone of my voice, the logic of what I said was very clear, and it was not like something a mentally disturbed person could say. I will not speak again.
张康民向霍桑瞧着，似乎在等他的批判。霍桑微微点了点头。他说：那么现在你的脑子可是已经完全清醒了？吴小帆答道：是，我已经完全清醒。因此，我才觉得昨夜的错误。我还有证据。
Zhang Kongmin looked at Hawthorne, as if waiting for his criticism. Hawthorne nodded slightly. He said, so now your mind is completely awake? Wu Xiaofan replied, yes, I am fully awake. That's why I feel that I made a mistake last night. I still have evidence.
霍桑问道：什么证据？那少年医师的两眼忽然间张得很大，现出一种自信的神气。他答道：就是我的那支手枪。我听说我的手枪已经有人检验过，枪膛中只少了一粒子弹。
What evidence? Hawthorne asked. The young doctor's eyes suddenly opened wide, showing an air of confidence. He replied, that's my pistol. Huh. I heard that my pistol has been inspected and only one bullet is missing from the chamber.
我听得了这一个消息，方才把我的错乱的理智唤醒过来，发觉了我的错误。话还有些费解。张康民似乎也和我有同样的感觉，他耐不住地从旁插口。他说：小帆兄，既然如此，你说得明白些。
After hearing this news, I woke up from my chaotic mind and realized my mistake. The words were still a bit confusing. Zhang Kongmin seemed to have the same feeling as me. He couldn't bear to interrupt from the side. He said, Brother Xiaofan, in this case, you should explain it more clearly.
手枪中既然少了一粒子弹，霍桑忽挥手阻止他。张律师，等一等。我想他还没有说完。别打岔。吴小帆果真继续说：康民兄，你还不懂。 你可是疑惑我的话，那很容易证明。霍先生。
Since there is one bullet missing from the pistol, Hawthorne suddenly waved his hand to stop him. Lawyer Zhang, wait a minute. I don't think he's finished yet. Don't interrupt. Wu Xiaofan really continued, Brother Kongmin, you still don't understand? Are you doubting my words? That's easy to prove. Mr. Hua.
你们只需把打死沈瑞清的那粒弹子和我的枪膛中的弹子比对一下是否相同，那么我的说话的虚实立刻可以明白了。我觉得这句话似乎含有某种策略，它着重在那一粒致命的枪弹。
You only need to compare the bullet that killed Shen Ruiqing with the bullet in the chamber of my gun to see if they are the same, and you will immediately understand the truth of what I said. I think this sentence seems to contain some kind of strategy. He focused on that fatal bullet.
这枪弹却正没有着落，我们当然无法取证。这里面的关键岂不有些可疑？莫非不出我的料想，那粒子弹当真是他在行凶后收拾了藏去的，事后又将它丢掉了。此刻他明知我们没法取证。
The bullet was missing, so of course we couldn't collect evidence. Isn't the key here a bit fishy? Could it be that, as I expected, he really packed up and hid the bullet after the murder, and then threw it away afterwards? At this moment, he knew full well that we could not obtain evidence.
孤儿向我们弄脚快吗？我向霍桑有含义地投射一眼。霍桑微微点了点头，似表示他已领会我的样子。他婉声说：“无疑是，你的话确实是合伦理的。可惜的是，那粒子弹竟找不着。”
Are you trying to trick us? I shot Hawthorne a meaningful glance. Hawthorne nodded slightly, as if to show that he had understood me. He said softly, Dr. Wu, what you said is indeed ethical. It's a pity that the bullet can't be found.
所以你的说话也受了连带的影响，一时还不能够证明。霍桑说时，他的眼光真注在小帆的脸上，在瞧他的客色有没有变异。我看见小帆的脸上只有诧异，并无可疑的意态。他反问道：“什么？”
Therefore, your speech was also affected, which cannot be proven at the moment. When Hawthorne said this, his eyes were focused on Xiaofan's face, looking to see if there was any change in his expression. I saw only surprise on Xiaofan's face, not anything suspicious. He asked in reply, What?
你们没有捡得那粒枪弹？霍桑摇摇头，没有。曾巡长说，他在你的诊室中找过，找不到。小帆迟疑地说，也许还陷在瑞清那厮的胸腔中吧。霍桑说，不会，这是不可能的。伤口已前后洞穿。
Didn't you find the bullet? Hawthorne shook his head. No. Inspector Zing said that he looked for it in your clinic but could not find it. Xiaofan said hesitantly, maybe it's still stuck in Ruiqing's chest? Hawthorne said, no, this is impossible. The wound has penetrated front and back.
枪弹绝不会再留在里面。张律师插口说，这样说，枪弹的不见倒成了一个大疑问。不过我知道手枪中失去的一弹一定不是为了打沈瑞清而用掉的。他显然在提示他的朋友。
Bullets will never stay inside again. Lawyer Zhang interjected, if you put it this way, the disappearance of the bullet becomes a big question. But I know that the missing bullet in the pistol was definitely not used to hit Shen Ruiqing. He was obviously reminding his friend.
找一条解脱的路。吴小帆迅速地应道：“当然不是。 那很好，现在你只要说明白了这短少一谈的下落，你就可以把你所蒙的嫌疑洗刷掉。律师侧过脸来，霍福生，你说是不是？霍桑点头道，是。
Find a way out. Wu Xiaofan quickly responded, Of course not. That's good. Now as long as you explain the whereabouts of the missing bullet, you can clear away the suspicion you have cast. The lawyer turned his face. Find a way out. Wu Xiaofan quickly responded, Of course not. That's good. Now as long as you explain the whereabouts of the missing bullet, you can clear away the suspicion you have cast. The lawyer turned his face. Hofsheng, do you think so? Hawthorne nodded, yes.
不过说明还不够，必须能够证明才行。张家民很高兴。小帆兄，你听的吗？这失去的一弹，你真能说明白吗？吴小帆的黑白分明的眼珠转一转。那当然可以。上星期末的晚上。
However, explanation is not enough, it must be proven. Zhang Jiamin was very happy. Brother Xiaofan, can you hear me? This lost shot. Can you really explain it? Wu Xiaofan rolled his black and white eyes. Of course. Last Sunday night.
我把手枪取出来服侍一下，又在枪击廓上加些油，不料一不小心触动了机台，便放出了一弹。霍桑问道：“在什么地方？”在我的诊室里。没有闯祸吗？没有，只射破了些墙壁。
I took out the pistol, cleaned it, and added some oil to the bolt carrier. Unexpectedly, I accidentally touched the mechanism and discharged a bullet. Hawthorne asked, Where? In my consulting room. Didn't you cause any trouble? I took out the pistol, cleaned it, and added some oil to the bolt carrier. Unexpectedly, I accidentally touched the mechanism and discharged a bullet. Hawthorne asked, Where? In my consulting room. Didn't you cause any trouble? No, it only shot through some walls.
射破了什么地方的墙壁？就在我的诊室门口旁边的壁上。因为那时候我正靠在书桌上抹拭手枪，枪弹从桌面上掠过，就射在门旁边的墙上。一个疑点似乎有了着落。
Shoot through the wall somewhere? On the wall next to the door of my consulting room. Shoot through the wall somewhere? On the wall next to the door of my consulting room. Because at that time I was leaning on the desk to clean my pistol, and the bullets passed over the table and hit the wall next to the door. A doubt seems to have been settled.
那起先认为不可解释的断痕，现在已有了解释。霍桑纠正曹伯维巡长的理解也得了证实。不过大前提还在这公语的是否真确。霍桑分明也注重这一点，略停一停，他又冷冷地发问。
The break that was initially considered unexplainable now has an explanation. Hawthorne corrected Inspector Chow Bowie's understanding and his understanding was confirmed. However, the major premise remains whether the confession is true. The break that was initially considered unexplainable now has an explanation. Hawthorne corrected Inspector Chow Bowie's understanding and his understanding was confirmed. However, the major premise remains whether the confession is true. Hawthorne clearly paid attention to this point.
那么这偶然误放的一粒弹子在哪里呀？这个，吴小帆忽现出迟疑的样子，他的目光也垂落了。霍桑又催逼着，说啊，这个什么？自信的眼光又从那少年的眼睛中溜走了，他的嘴多开了。
So where is this accidentally placed marble? This dash, Wu Xiaofan suddenly looked hesitant, and his eyes dropped. Hawthorne pressed again. Say it. What is this? The confident look slipped from the young man's eyes again. His mouth trembled.
呆木代替了数分钟前的滔滔宏论，霍桑仍冷静地瞧着他。那律师也瞒着眉峰在着急。小室中的空气骤然加增了紧张。5. 重要消息。难堪的静默延长到半分钟。静默中，我的脑丝又活跃。
Silence replaced the eloquent talk from a few minutes ago. Hawthorne still looked at him calmly. The lawyer was also worried with his eyebrows raised. The air in the small room suddenly became tense. 5. Important news. The awkward silence lasted for half a minute. In the silence, my mind became active again.
吴小帆在说谎吗？如此，这一点自然不能回答，枪弹自然也拿不出。不过，假使沈瑞清实在是他打死的，那一粒行凶的子弹，又像我所料的，他已在事后拾起了，藏在什么地方？那么
Is Wu Xiaofan lying? Therefore, this point cannot be answered, and the bullets cannot be produced. But if it is true that he killed Shen Ruiqing, and as I expected, he picked up the bullet after the incident and hid it somewhere, then
此刻他可会李代桃僵的就把这颗子弹取出来充数吗？张康民开始打破这静静。霍先生，请问你的意思，究竟要知道这误射一回事的虚实，还是必要知道这一粒子弹的下落？
At this moment, could Li Daitao just take out the bullet and recharge it? Zhang Kongmin began to break the silence. Mr. Hua, what do you mean? Do you want to know the truth about this accidental shooting, or do you need to know the whereabouts of this bullet?
霍桑回头去向他瞧瞧，婉声道：“张律师，你当然也知道物证的重要。我刚才说过，单单说明还不够，还得有实际的证明。假使我能够瞧瞧这一粒子弹，也就可以知道误射的事的虚实。”
Hawthorne turned back to look at him and said softly, Lawyer Zhang, of course you also know the importance of physical evidence. I just said that mere explanation is not enough. There must be actual proof. If I can take a look at this bullet, you can also know the truth about the accidental shooting.
这一点原是2+1，一而二。张康民犹豫地说：“我以为分开来说也一样。你有什么高见？从法律的观点说，物证固然重要，可是人证也一样。哦，有人证。是。这子弹的下落，我虽不能说明。”
This point turns out to be 2 and 1, 1 and 2. Zhang Kongmin said hesitantly, I thought it would be the same separately. What do you have in mind? From a legal point of view, physical evidence is important, but so is witness. Oh, is there a witness? Yes. Although I cannot explain the whereabouts of this bullet.
但这误射的一回事，我能够证明。那么枪弹误射的时候，依你是在诊室中眼见的？不，我刚才已经告诉你，吴夫人首先来和我商量，依旧因着这一粒子弹的误放，才觉得小帆兄正怀着心事。
But I can prove the accidental shooting. So when the bullet was accidentally fired, did you witness it in the consulting room? No. I just told you that Mrs. Wu came to discuss with me first. It was because of this misplacement of the bullet that Yi felt that Brother Xiaofan was having something on his mind.
所以误射的事是吴夫人告诉我的，当然不是虚构。 吴小帆忽也回复了他的口才，借口道：“哎，不错，这件事娟英和夏妈都可以作证。”枪声响了以后，他们俩都赶进诊室里来。霍桑又瞧着他。
So the incident of accidental shooting was told to me by Mrs. Wu, and it was certainly not a fiction. Wu Xiaofan suddenly responded to his eloquence and said, "Oh, not bad." Both Wanying and Xiao Ma can testify to this matter. After the gunfire rang out, they both rushed into the consulting room. Hawthorne looked at him again.
问道：“那么这一粒枪弹呢？”枪弹我当时抬起来的，但随手丢在废纸篓中。丢在废纸篓中，现在还找得到吗？这个自然办不到了，事情已经隔了6、7天。不过你要是不相信
Asked, "What about this bullet?" I picked up the bullet but threw it into the wastebasket. Thrown it in the wastebasket? Can you still find it now? Of course we can't do this. It's been 6 or 7 days. But if you don't believe it,
仅可以问娟英和夏妈。证人提出了2个，这件事好像是实在的了。不过小帆所处的地位实在太可疑，单就这一点，似乎还不足以洗刷地的嫌疑，因为他误射手枪的事已在1星期前。
feel free to ask Wanying and Xiao Ma. 2 witnesses came forward, and this matter seems to be true. However, Xiaofan's position is too suspicious. This alone does not seem to be enough to clear Di's suspicion. Because he accidentally fired the pistol. 1 week ago.
他在误射以后，重新把子弹装满，不是也有可能诛吗？但霍桑并不从这一点上进逼，他的问句已另换一个方向。他向吴小帆道：“就算如此，你对于这沈瑞清一定有某种夙愿。”
Isn't it possible that he reloaded the bullet after accidentally shooting it? But Hawthorne did not press forward from this point. His question had changed in another direction. He said to Wu Xiaofan, "Even so, you must have some kind of grudge against Shen Ruiqing."
并且你本来有把他打死的意念，这2点你都承认，是不是？吴小帆答道：“是，我都承认。不过说法应加修正，我只有自卫的准备，并不是预谋行凶。昨夜里他的来势汹汹。”
And you originally had the intention of beating him to death. You admit both of these points, right? Wu Xiaofan replied, "Yes, I admit it, but the statement should be revised. I was only prepared for self-defense, not premeditated murder. He was so menacing last night."
我当然不能不有抵抗的准备，但事实上我没有凭枪打他。霍桑用手摸着下颌，连连点了几点头。我不知道他是否表示接受小鸡的说话，或是另有作用。张康民很高兴。
Of course I had to be prepared to resist, but in fact I didn't shoot him. Hawthorne touched his chin with his hand and nodded several times. I don't know if he accepted what Xiaoji said, or if it had another effect. Zhang Kongmin was very happy.
显然相信霍桑已经接受了他的委托人的辩证。霍桑又向吴小帆点点头，继续他的查问。他说：“现在你把昨夜经过的情形详细些说一说。”吴小鸡沉吟一会，点头道：“那也好。”
Apparently believing that Hawthorne had accepted his client's argument. Huasang nodded to Wu Xiaofan again and continued his inquiry. He said, "Now please tell me in detail what happened last night." Wu Xiaoji pondered for a while, nodded and said, "That's fine."
昨夜里 我因着公园后面29号王姓家的急症，在10点半时跟着一个来请出诊的仆人一块儿去，足足费了1个钟头光景，我方才回狱。那王姓的女主人患的是中风病。
Last night, due to an emergency at number 29 Wang's house behind the park, I went with a servant who came to see a doctor at 10:30. It took me a full hour before I returned to my apartment. The hostess named Wang is suffering from a stroke.
年纪已在60左右，病势相当凶。当时我虽给一打了1针，神志略略恢复，但药包裹没有带那副药，所以我回狱以后检出了10粒丸药，重新叫我的包车夫杨三送去，因此之故。
He is about 60 years old and his condition is quite serious. Although I gave E an injection at that time and regained my consciousness slightly, the medicine package was not taken with me. He is about 60 years old and his condition is quite serious. Although I gave E an injection at that time and regained my consciousness slightly, the medicine package was not taken with me. So after I returned to my apartment, I found 10 pills and asked my driver Yang San to deliver them again. That's why.
我的寓所的前门没有栓，我也在诊室中吸烟休息，准备等杨三回来以后再上楼去睡。那时我的娟英已经睡了，我一个人一边吸烟，一边拿几张报纸细细浏览，有没有捕获逃犯的新闻。
The front door of my apartment did not have a latch, so I also smoked and rested in the consulting room, planning to wait for Yang San to come back before going upstairs to sleep. My Waning was already asleep at that time. I was smoking alone while reading a few newspapers carefully to see if there was any news about the capture of fugitives.
因为自从上星期日沈瑞清越狱的新闻披露以后，我便特别注意，每天总要在各种报纸上搜寻2、3遍，希望有什么关于逃犯的消息。我知道这个沈瑞清阴毒异常，眼皮必爆。
Because since the news of Shen Ruiqing's escape from prison was revealed last Sunday, I have paid special attention to it and have to search various newspapers 2 or 3 times every day, hoping to find any news about the fugitive. I know that this Shen Ruiqing is extremely sinister and will definitely retaliate against him.
他和人结下了怨仇，便绝没有宽恕和解的可能。他既然在监中宣誓要向我报仇，我自然不能不小心戒备。那时我在报纸上搜寻了一会。
Once he has a grudge against someone, there is no possibility of forgiveness or reconciliation. Since he swore revenge on me in prison, I naturally couldn't be on guard. At that time I searched in the newspaper for a while.
除了我早已瞧见的《上海日报》上的那一节逃犯没有下落的短简新闻以外，更没有别的发现。于是我把报纸撇在书桌上，让身子仰靠着椅背，吸着纸烟，正想梳梳我的脑筋。
Apart from the short news section in the Shanghai Daily that I had already seen about the whereabouts of the fugitive, I found nothing else. So I left the newspaper on the desk, leaned back on the chair, and smoked a cigarette, trying to soothe my mind.
不料烟雾缭绕中陡然现出一个人面，不由不使我大吃一惊。我突然坐直了身子，用足自力向前面一瞧。哎，不是幻想，也不是我进了梦境，确确实实的有一个穿白衣的人面。
Unexpectedly, a human face suddenly appeared in the smoke, which took me by surprise. Unexpectedly, a human face suddenly appeared in the smoke, which took me by surprise. I suddenly sat up straight, used my own strength, and looked ahead. Alas! It was not a fantasy, nor was I in a dream. There was indeed a human face in white.
并且这个人面不是别人，正是我的仇人沈瑞清。 故事停一停，讲故事的人的黑眸子中像射出些怒火。我们3个人都静悄悄地站着，没有一个人打岔。一会无一吐又说下去。
And this person is none other than my enemy Shin Ruiqing. The story stopped for a moment. The storyteller's dark eyes seemed to be filled with anger. The 3 of us stood quietly, and no one interrupted. After a while, Dr. Wu continued to speak.
那时他还站在诊室的门口，左手按在门框上，右手弯在他的背后，冷木木的不发一言，像是一个石像。但他的凶光逼人的眼睛、紧闭的嘴唇和铁青色的脸儿，比什么都绝可怖。
At that time, he was still standing at the door of the consulting room, his left hand pressed on the door frame, his right hand bent behind his back, silent and cold, like a stone statue. But his fierce eyes, tightly closed lips and livid face were more terrifying than anything else.
我一看见他这副神气，时间又是夜深人静的当，他悄悄地演了进来。他有什么企图，原已不消问得。但当时我仍竭力镇静，开口向他招呼。我高声问道：“瑞清，你来干什么？”
As soon as I saw his look, it was late at night, and he quietly came in. There was no need to ask what his intentions were. But I still tried my best to calm down and greeted him. I asked loudly, Ruiqing, "What are you doing here?"
他仍冷冰冰的不答，只把他的那副凶焰灼灼的眼睛定在我的脸上。我像受了催眠似的，精神上突然起了一感，仿佛有一种不可名状的恐怖笼罩了我的全身，几乎不能自持。
He still didn't answer coldly, and just pinned his blazing eyes on my face. As if I was under hypnosis, I suddenly had a strange feeling in my mind. It was as if an indescribable terror enveloped my whole body, and I could hardly control myself.
我觉得他的脚步已在缓缓地移动，分明向书桌走进来。他的上身略略楼看，右手仍取在他的背后，显出一种准备突然猛扑的姿势。慌急中，我似乎受了本能的冲动，急忙立起身来。
I felt that his footsteps were moving slowly, and he was clearly approaching the desk. His upper body was slightly stooped, and his right hand was still bent behind his back, showing a posture ready for a sudden pounce. I felt that his footsteps were moving slowly, and he was clearly approaching the desk. His upper body was slightly stooped, and his right hand was still bent behind his back, showing a posture ready for a sudden pounce. In panic, I seemed to be inspired by instinct and stood up quickly.
同时我把我的右手插入裤袋，摸出了那支戒备的手枪。正在这紧急的关头，忽似有门铃声响。我的仇人也有些吃惊，他旋转了他的上身，向前门的方面瞧一瞧，接着便把身子蹲下些。
At the same time, I put my right hand into my trouser pocket and took out the guarded pistol. At this critical moment, there seemed to be a doorbell ringing. My enemy was also a little surprised. He turned his upper body, looked at the front door, and then squatted down more.
突然举起右手，要向我扑过来。我的眼角里觉得白光一闪，才知他的手中正拿着一把刀。他的确要想谋害我了。时机很急迫，我为自卫起见，当然也不能不利用我的手枪。
Suddenly he raised his right hand and was about to rush towards me. I felt a flash of white light in the corner of my eye, and I realized that he was holding a knife in his hand. He really wants to kill me. The time was critical, and for the sake of self-defense, of course I had to use my pistol.
可是我的手枪刚正举了起来，忽然砰的一响，我怔住了。接着的是一声惨呼，他已经跌倒在地板上了。静默再度控制这小事，大家都听得很出神。这件凶案我亲身经历了一半。
But just as I was raising my pistol, there was a sudden bang, and I was stunned. What followed was a scream, and he fell to the floor. Silence took control of the small room again. Everyone was fascinated by what they heard. I have personally experienced half of this murder.
此刻吴小帆所讲的就是我不曾眼见的另一半，所以他对于我特别动神。我急于要听他的下文，以便印证我眼见的事实。小帆并不使我失望，他不需要催促，自动地接下去。
What Wu Xiaofan is talking about at this moment is the other half that I have never seen, so it is particularly touching to me. I was eager to hear what he had to say so that I could confirm the facts I saw. Xiaofan did not disappoint me, he took it automatically without any urging.
那时我的脑子完全混乱了，我的眼光向地板上瞧时，鲜红的血液已染满了他的白绸长衫的前襟，分明他已经中了枪。但是诊室中仍是静悄悄的，没有别的人。我便自信那一声枪响。
My mind was completely confused at that time. When I looked at the floor, bright red blood had stained the front of his white silk gown, and it was clear that he had been shot. But there was still no one else in the consulting room. I am confident that the gunshot sounded.
一定是我在惊惶中搬动了枪击，无意间打中了他。我一想到这个，自知已经犯法，一时静呆坐着，没有办法。隔了一会，我走一定神，把手枪放进了裤袋，振作精神立起来，走到他倒地的所在。
I must have cocked the gun in panic and hit him accidentally. When I thought about this, I knew that I had broken the law, so I just sat there and couldn't do anything about it. After a while, I regained my composure, put the pistol in my trouser pocket, braced myself, stood up, and walked to where he fell to the ground.
我先俯着身子叫他一声，他不答应。我又在他的肩上拍一下，他也不动。我索性伸手在他的鼻子上按摩一下，他已断了鼻息。我更慌张了，越觉得没有办法。那时候我忽觉得玻璃长窗外面。
I first leaned over and called him, but he didn't respond. I patted his shoulder again, but he didn't move. I simply reached out and touched his nose, but he had stopped breathing. I became more panicked and felt that there was nothing I could do. At that time, I suddenly felt that outside the long glass window.
似乎有人在窥视。我立直了身子一瞧，又不看见人，又以为是自己心虚。接着我先把手枪锁在抽屉中，正要打算怎样才能移师灭迹，忽听得阳台上有谈话声音。
It seemed like someone was watching. I stood up straight and took a look, but saw no one, so I thought I was feeling guilty. Then I locked the pistol in the drawer and was about to figure out how to remove the body and eliminate the traces, when suddenly I heard a conversation on the balcony.
我才知道我的事情已经破露了，就开了掌料，想到阳台上去瞧个明白。不料我一开窗后，便看见这位包先生和一个警士已经从候诊室里走进来。以后的情形你们都已知道，我不必多说。
Only then did I realize that my affair had been exposed, so I opened the door and wanted to go to the balcony to take a closer look. Unexpectedly, as soon as I opened the window, I saw Mr. Bao and a police officer walking in from the waiting room. You all know what will happen next, so I don't need to say more.
不过 当时我的神智却已失了常态，当那警士向我问话的时候，我还自以为却曾开枪，所以竟自认行凶。后来我被带到了这里，我的脑子略略安宁些。我又听说枪膛中只缺少一粒弹子。
However, my mind was indeed out of control at that time. When the policeman asked me, I thought I had actually fired the gun, so I confessed to committing the crime. Later, I was brought here, and my mind was slightly at peace. I also heard that there was only one bullet missing from the barrel.
才觉得我当时并没有开枪，沈瑞清不是我打死的。霍先生，你现在总已明白，我先前的承认是出于意识上的一种幻觉，实际上我并不曾犯罪。故事很清晰，从表面上看，也入情入理。
Only then did I realize that I had not fired the gun at that time, and it was not me who killed Shenruiqing. Mr. Hua, you have understood by now that my previous admission was due to an illusion of consciousness. In fact, I have not committed any crime. Only then did I realize that I had not fired the gun at that time, and it was not me who killed Shenruiqing. Mr. Hua, you have understood by now that my previous admission was due to an illusion of consciousness. In fact, I have not committed any crime. The story is very clear, and on the surface, it makes sense.
找不出什么破绽，那么它究竟是实在吗？我承认我的智力还看不透。霍桑虽始终注意地倾听，但他的脸上并无表示。他取出记事册来，把他谈话的要点记了几笔。他道：“我看你的改编供词。”
Can't find any flaws. So is it real? I admit that my intelligence is not yet clear. Although Hawthorne listened attentively, there was no expression on his face. He took out his notepad and jotted down a few key points of his conversation. He said, I see your changed confession.
实际的根据就在你的手枪中只缺少一粒子弹。你说那子弹是漏发的，但是那粒子弹又没着落，这根据也就不能成立。退一步说，就算漏弹是实在的。
The actual basis is that there is only one bullet missing in your pistol. You said that the bullet was missed, but the bullet did not land, so this basis cannot be established. To take a step back, even if the leaked bullet is real.
可是你在事后也尽可以补充枪膛中的缺弹。吴小帆抢口说：“没有，我不曾补充，也不曾打死他。”他的语气很坚决。霍桑略停一停，又问道：“那么你想沈瑞清是什么人打死的？”吴小帆迟疑着道。
But you can always replenish the missing ammunition in the gun afterwards. Wu Xiaofan rushed to say, No. I never added anything, nor did I beat him to death. His tone was very firm. But you can always replenish the missing ammunition in the gun afterwards. Wu Xiaofan rushed to say, No. I never added anything, nor did I beat him to death. His tone was very firm. Hawthorne paused briefly and then asked, Then who do you think Shenruiqing was beaten to death? Wu Xiaofan hesitated and said,
我不知道，这一点就是我要请教你的。他低了头想一想，我想那时候的门铃声响似乎有研究的价值。你对于这一点有什么见解？当时我全神注意着我的敌人，本不妨还有铃声。
I have no idea. This is what I want to ask you. He lowered his head and thought about it. I think the doorbell ringing at that time seems to be of research value. Well, what's your opinion on this? At that time, I was fully focused on my enemy, so I didn't realize there was still a ringing sound.
但铃声一响，我心中也很欢迎，希望有什么人进来可以解除我的危难。可是铃响以后，沈瑞清立即倒地，外面却始终不见人进来。现在想起来
But when the bell rang, I felt very welcome in my heart, hoping that someone would come in and relieve me of my distress. But after the bell rang, Shen Ruiqing immediately fell to the ground, but no one came in. Now that I think about it,
那个拿门铃的人很像就是开枪打死沈瑞清的凶手。从时间上推测，他按铃以后就推门进来，发了一枪，又急急地退出。事实上却也可能，这话并不是虚构。我记得发案时，
the man who rang the doorbell looked very much like the murderer who shot Shen Ruiqing to death. Judging from the time, after he rang the bell, he pushed the door open, fired a shot, and hurriedly exited. In fact, it is possible. This is not fiction. I remember when the crime happened.
我和警士俩却曾看见一个人从屋中奔逃出外，这个人也许就是按门铃的人。霍桑又问道：“你可知道这个按铃的人是谁？”吴小帆道：“我不知道，我没有看见。你可想象得出是个什么人？”不。
The police officer and I did see a man running out of the house. This person may be the one who rang the doorbell. Hawthorne asked again, "Do you know who the person who rang the bell is?" Wu Xiaofan said, "I don't know, I didn't see it." Can you imagine who he is? No.
我也想不出是谁。我起先还以为是我的车夫杨三，其实不是。因为从王姓家里到我的寓所步行至少需10分钟。我记得杨三拿了药丸出去，下过10多分钟光景，就发生这幕惨剧。计算路程
I can't figure out who it is either. At first I thought it was my coachman Yang San. Not really. Because it takes at least 10 minutes to walk from Wang's house to my apartment. I remember that Yang San took the pills and went out. It had been raining for more than 10 minutes before this tragedy happened. Calculate the distance.
杨三那时候必定才到王家，一定来不及回来。霍桑摇头道：“当然不是杨三，他知道门没有拴，你又在等他，何必按门铃？你再想想。” 可会有别的熟识的人？吴小帆皱紧了双眉，摇头道
：“Yang San must have just arrived at Wang's house at that time, and he must not have had time to come back." Hua Sang shook his head and said, "Of course not Yang San. He knew the door was unlatched and you were waiting for him, so why bother ringing the doorbell? If you Yang San must have just arrived at Wang's house at that time. And he must not have had time to come back." Hua Sang shook his head and said, "Of course not Yang San. He knew the door was unlatched and you were waiting for him, so why bother ringing the doorbell? If you think about it again, are there other familiar people?" Wu Xiaofan frowned, shook his head and said,
熟识的朋友当然有，可是谁会在夜里来看我，我也想不出。霍桑忽自言自语道：“那人既然曾按铃，至少总曾在门外站过，足印倒是一种要证。可惜当时没有人注意到。”他向我瞅一眼。
Of course I have some familiar friends, but I can't think of anyone who would come to see me at night. Hawthorne suddenly said to himself, since that man has rang the bell, at least he has always stood outside the door. The footprints are a kind of proof. Unfortunately, no one noticed it at the time. He glanced at me.
又回头问吴小帆：“你自从知道了沈瑞清越狱的消息以后，可曾雇佣过什么保镖人？”吴小帆道：“没有。 这件事我连朋友面前都不曾提起过。起初我还瞒着娟英，后来因为手抢走了火。
He turned back and asked Wu Xiaofan, "Have you hired any bodyguards since you learned about Shen Ruiqing's escape from prison?" Wu Xiaofan said, "No. I have never even mentioned this matter in front of my friends. At first I hid it from Wan Ning, but later because I took the fire with my hands."
惊动了一，才不得不和一说明。霍桑的问句又引动了旁边的张康民。他说：“霍先生，你可是怀疑小帆兄在暗中埋伏着什么人，才造成这件的案？”霍桑的嘴唇牵一牵，现出一丝微笑。
It alarmed Yi, so he had to explain to Yi. Hua Sang's question again aroused Zhang Kongmin, who was standing next to him. He said, "Mr. Hua, do you suspect that Brother Xiao Fan is ambushing someone secretly to cause this case?" Hawthorne's lips twitched, revealing a smile.
有意的埋伏虽然没有，但朋友们偶然的帮助不是不可能的。譬如有什么好的邻居发觉了他的朋友正遭着危难，便抱着任侠的意念暗中解救。不过事后他恐怕被累，没有勇气自首。
Although there was no intentional ambush, accidental help from friends was not impossible. For example, if a good neighbor realizes that his friend is in danger, he will rescue him secretly with the idea of renxia. However, he was afraid that he was tired and did not have the courage to surrender afterward.
张律师，你想这谁想在事实上也可能吗？话中有谷子，语声也冷峭。莫非霍桑已疑心到张康民身上去？张康民急急地辩道：“不会，我看你这见解太偏于幻想。星何以见得？小帆兄说过。”
Lawyer Zhang, do you think this is actually possible? There was substance in his words, and his tone was cold. Could it be that Hawthorne had already suspected Zhang Kongmin? Zhang Kongmin argued hastily, "No. I think your view is too fanciful. Xing, how can you see it?" Lawyer Zhang, do you think this is actually possible? There was substance in his words, and his tone was cold. Could it be that Hawthorne had already suspected Zhang Kongmin? Zhang Kongmin argued hastily, "No. I think your view is too fanciful."
这件事他是守着严格秘密的，即使有什么朋友恰巧经过他的寓所门前，瞧见有一个人走进去，但那朋友怎么能知道这进去的人要向小帆寻仇？或是在紧张的当有一个朋友造访。
He kept this matter a strict secret. Even if a friend happened to pass by his apartment and saw a person walking in, how could that friend know that the person who entered was seeking revenge on Xiaofan? Or in a tense moment, a friend comes to visit.
先纳一纳门铃，走进去。他发现了小帆正和那人对峙着，他即使好意相助，至多上前去排解劝阻，也绝不至于直接行动，开枪打人。再进一步，譬如我昨夜里不曾出去应酬。
First ring the doorbell and walk in. He discovered that Xiaofan was confronting the man. Even if he had good intentions to help, and at most stepped forward to resolve and dissuade him, he would never take direct action and shoot someone. Going one step further, for example, I didn't go out to socialize last night.
我是在林荫路胡一九律师家里吃喜酒，这回事当然是可以证实的，偶然瞧见了那姓沈的走进去。我是知道他们的纠葛的，明知会发生冲突，但我即使不懂法律，只需略有些理智。
I was having a wedding banquet at lawyer Hu Yijio's house on Lining Road. This fact can certainly be confirmed, I accidentally saw the man named Shen walking in. I am aware of their entanglement and know that there will be conflicts, but even if I don't understand the law, I only need to have some sense.
当然也要采合法的手段。就情势而论，我在那时一定是上前去排解，至多向那姓沈的警告几句，怎么会贸贸然实施这样的非法举动呢？霍桑又微微一笑，忽似答非答地说
Of course, legal means must also be used. Judging from the situation, I must have stepped forward to resolve the matter at that time, or at least give a few warnings to the man named Shen. How could I rashly carry out such an illegal act? Hawthorne smiled slightly again, and suddenly said without answering.
人固然是有理智的动物，不过有时候因着感情的驱使，理智也往往有屈服的可能。我觉得霍桑的话言中有物，好像他当真已怀疑这张律师。可是他的神情并不严重。
Although humans are rational animals, sometimes their reason may succumb due to the drive of emotions. I think Hawthorne's words are meaningful, as if he has really doubted this lawyer. But his expression is not serious.
嘴唇上的笑容也没收敛。那么他是故意逗弄他一会吗？霍桑改了口气，又说：“张律师，我瞧你的神气，似乎你对于这一点有某种意见，你何不就发表出来？”张康民应道：“不错。”
The smile on his lips did not fade. So was he teasing him on purpose? Hawthorne changed his tone and said, Lawyer Zhang, it seems to me that you have some opinion on this point. Why don't you express it? Zhang Kongmin responded, Not bad.
我对于这开枪的人果真有一个见解。也许那沈瑞清另有一个仇人，暗中跟随着他，企图乘机报复。昨夜里那人跟了沈瑞清到小番兄的寓里，乘此机会就从暗中行凶，发泄他的宿仇。
I really have an idea about the person who fired the gun. Maybe Shen Ruiqing had another enemy who was following him secretly, trying to take advantage of the opportunity to take revenge. Last night, that man followed Shen Ruiqing to Brother Xiaofan's apartment. Taking this opportunity, he committed murder in secret and vented his old grudge.
这不是也有可能性的吗？霍桑沉吟了一下，说：“那人既要报仇，又碰见了他，机会一定不肯放过，何必等到沈瑞清进了小番的寓所以后，方才下手？这岂不是多担一重风险？”张康民道
Isn't this also possible? Huasang pondered for a moment and said, Since that man wants revenge and he has met him, he will not let go of the opportunity. Why wait until Shen Ruiqing enters Xiaofan's apartment before taking action? Wouldn't this be an extra risk? Zhang Kongmin said.
我说过的，那人是要乘机报仇，在人家的寓所里下手，一方面看似乎有危险，但另一方面，他的责任可以卸却了，这是和乘机的图谋合符的。霍桑又发出一句有力的反驳
As I said, that person wanted to take the opportunity to take revenge. On the one hand, it seems dangerous to attack someone else's apartment, but on the other hand, it relieves him of his responsibility. This is consistent with the plan of taking a flight. Hawthorne issued another powerful rebuttal.
假定你的推想是合乎事实的，那么那人仅可以悄悄地推开了门，趁沈瑞清不防备，突然间发枪，又何必按动门铃，引起惊扰，减少他的下手的机会？张康民的脸上顿时添了些色素。
Assuming that your conjecture is factual, then the person could have quietly opened the door and suddenly fired the gun when Shen Ruiqing was not prepared. Why bother pressing the doorbell to cause a disturbance and reduce his chance of attacking? Zhang Kangmin's face suddenly added some pigment.
他凄凄然道：“这个，也许开枪的和按铃的并非一人，也许另有缘故。”霍桑又笑一笑，接着道：“好，另有缘故的问题正多着呢，我们暂时搁一搁吧。无疑是。”
He said steadily, This, maybe the one who fired the gun and the one who rang the bell are not the same person, maybe there is another reason dash. Hawthorne smiled again and continued, Okay. There are so many other questions. Let's put them aside for now. Dr. Wu.
我现在希望你能够再说一段故事。你和沈瑞清究竟有什么样的怨嫌？并且这结怨的事情是不是只关系你和他两个人，或是还关系别的人？这两点在案情上也有参考的价值。
Now I want you to tell another story. What kind of grudge do you and Shen Ruiqing have? And does this grudge only concern you and him, or does it also concern other people? These 2 points also have reference value in the case.
你不能不一并说明，这是个重要的要求。我的求知欲很强烈，却想听听这一段秘史。可是霍桑的问句刚才说完，吴小帆还来不及回答，忽而发生了一个岔子。一个听差走进来。
You can't help but explain it all. This is an important request. I have a strong thirst for knowledge and really want to hear this secret history. But just after Hawthorne's question was finished, before Wu Xiaofan had time to answer, something suddenly went wrong. A footman walked in.
报告殷厅长已经从外面回来，在办公室中等我们，请我们立即去谈话。于是侦查部能部暂时严搁。我们离开了那张律师和吴小帆，跟着听差到厅长的办公室去。殷厅长很兴奋，一见我们。
Report that Director Ian has returned from outside and is waiting for us in the office, asking us to talk immediately. As a result, the investigation had to be temporarily postponed. We left the lawyer Zhang and Wu Xiaofan and followed the footman to the director's office. Director Ian was very excited when he saw us.
匆匆打了一个招呼，提供一个关于这凶案的重要情报。他说：“霍先生，我带一个说记给你。刚才法院里已经派法医把尸体检验过了。据说死者的胸背间各有一个洞，背洞较小，胸洞较大。”
He said a hasty hello and provided important information about the murder. He said, Mr. Hua, let me bring you a piece of cake. The court has just sent a forensic doctor to examine the body. It is said that there is a hole between the chest and back of the deceased. The hole in the back is smaller and the hole in the chest is larger.
小洞是进弹的，大洞是出弹的。可见那枪弹是从背后射进，从胸口穿出的。这一点已和我们昨夜发现的情形不同。我想你一定要感觉到重要吧。6. 奏凯。这消息给予霍桑的反应很重大。
The small hole is for the bullet to enter, and the big hole is for the bullet to be ejected. It can be seen that the bullet was shot from behind and exited from the chest. This is different from what we found last. The small hole is for the bullet to enter, and the big hole is for the bullet to be ejected. It can be seen that the bullet was shot from behind and exited from the chest. This is different from what we found last night. I think you must feel important. 6. Victory. Hawthorne's reaction to this news was significant.
他向古厅长问了几句， 便走了主意，立即辞出。他起初本要叫吴小帆说明和死者结怨的历史，此刻竟完全放弃了，显见这消息比较重要，所以他就舍轻就重。
After asking a few questions to the head of the department, he made up his mind and resigned immediately. At first, he was going to ask Wu Xiaofan to explain the history of his grudge against the deceased, but now he gave up completely. It was obvious that the news was more important, so he chose the more important one.
他告诉殷玉晨要从别一方面进行，便邀我一同退出。我们跳上了霍桑的汽车，我忙着问霍桑对于这新消息的见解。他说，这发现很重要，也许可以转变这案子的重心。他皱皱眉，很可惜。
He told Yin Yuchen that he would proceed from another aspect and invited me to withdraw together. We jumped into Hawthorne's car, and I was busy asking Hawthorne for his opinion on this new news. He said, "This discovery is very important and may change the focus of this case." He frowned. "It is a pity."
昨夜里我来不及到吴小帆家里去看看。我问，你想这依着会有怎样的后果？至少限度，这依着显然有利于吴小帆。你可是说沈瑞清既然是被上禁枪，行凶的就不是吴小帆。
I didn't have time to go to Wu Xiaofan's house last night. I asked, "What do you think will be the consequences of this move?" At least to a certain extent, this move is obviously beneficial to Wu Xiaofan. Are you saying that since Shen Ruiqing put a gun in his back, Wu Xiaofan was not the one who committed the crime?
这是眼前应有的假定。那么开枪的是谁？可是那按门铃的人。霍桑摇摇头。不，按铃和开枪是冲突的。他向我斜托了一下，包朗，我看这消息有些不利于你。我不禁笑道，你还说笑话。
This is the current assumption. Then who shot? But the person who rang the doorbell? Hawthorne shook his head. No, ringing the bell and shooting are in conflict. He leaned towards me and said, "Bao Lang, I think this news is not good for you." I couldn't help but laugh. You are still telling jokes.
霍桑忽显出庄重的神气，应道：“这何曾是笑话？假使我和你是素不相识的，我为着征求案情，当然也不能不把你列入嫌疑人之一。”我本想一笑了事，可是发不出笑声。我向霍桑瞅一眼。
Hawthorne suddenly showed a solemn look and responded, "How could this be a joke? Even if you and I are strangers, in order to investigate the case, of course I have to include you as one of the suspects." I wanted to laugh about it, but I couldn't. I glanced at Hawthorne.
他还一本正经地说下去。霍桑说，当发案的时候，你不是一个人在那长窗外面窥视过一会吗？当时如果有人注意到屋中的足印，你的足印当然也在内。据你自己说，你到场的时候。
He continued speaking seriously. Hawthorne said, "When the crime occurred, didn't you peek outside the long window for a while? If anyone noticed the footprints in the house at that time, of course your footprints were included. According to yourself, when you arrive."
案子已经发生，但若是有一个不知你底细的人，对于你的操行人格素无信任，怎能不怀疑你在事前到场而成见行凶？我勉强笑一笑。霍桑，你这几句笑话说得太牵强了，我不怕人怀疑。
The case has occurred. But if there is a person who does not know your details and has no trust in your character, how can he not suspect that you were present beforehand and took advantage of the opportunity to commit murder? I forced a smile. The case has occurred. But if there is a person who does not know your details and has no trust in your character, how can he not suspect that you were present beforehand and took advantage of the opportunity to commit murder? I forced a smile. Hawthorne, these jokes you made are too far-fetched. I'm not afraid of people's suspicion.
我有反证。哦，你岂不知道我是被枪声引得去的？听得枪声的不单是我，另有一个服务公益的王南福给我作证。你怎么能凭空入人罪？霍桑的庄重面具揭除了，也不禁纵声大笑。他说：“包朗。”
I have evidence to the contrary. Oh. Don't you know that I was led away by the sound of gunfire? It wasn't just me who heard the gunfire, there was also Wang Nanfu, a public servant, who testified for me. How can you convict someone out of thin air? Hawthorne's solemn mask was removed and he couldn't help laughing. He said, Bao Lang.
别发急，我只是借你做一个比喻。但在你到场之前，如果另有一个像你这样行动的人，那就很可疑了。你想有这样一个人，你有没有具体的见解？没有，我只有一个空洞的推想。彼此静一静。
Don't worry, I'm just using you as a metaphor. But before you get there, it's suspicious if there's another person acting like you. You want to have such a person? Do you have any specific insights? No. I only have an empty theory. Be quiet for each other.
汽车行进得很迅速，时间将近正午，热度增高些。我略停一停，又提出一个问句：霍桑，我们现在往哪里去？往吴小帆家去。他顿一顿，补充一句：我应得早一些就去。你去做什么？找一个物证。
The car was moving very quickly. It's almost noon and the heat is getting hotter. I paused briefly and asked another question. Hawthorne, where are we going now? Go to Wu Xiaofan's house. He paused and added, I should go earlier. What are you going to do? Find a physical evidence.
如果得手，我们就可以确定这案子不是吴小帆干的。这物证是什么？就是那一粒致命的枪弹。你想枪弹还是在吴小帆家里？是。我料想许楚石和曹伯威，所以找不到他。
If we succeed, we can be sure that Wu Xiaofan did not do this case. What is this physical evidence? That's the fatal bullet. Do you want the bullets to be at Wu Xiaofan's house? Yes. I guess that's why Su Chusher and Qiao Bowie couldn't find it.
原因也许是错了方向。我想一想，领悟了他的见解，又继续我的质疑。霍桑，我看你这转变完全寄托在枪弹从背部打入的一点上。不过这依着还有研究的余地，你不能依赖太多。
The reason may be the wrong direction. I thought about it, understood his opinion, and continued my questioning. Hawthorne, I think your transformation is entirely based on the point where the bullet entered from the back. However, there is still room for research on this move, and you cannot rely too much on it.
霍桑注意地瞧着我。哦，你有别的新见解？我说，你需注意，据吴小帆自己供述，当门铃响动的时候，沈瑞清曾旋转身去瞧过一瞧。在这当，吴小帆若是乘隙开枪。
Hawthorne looked at me carefully. Oh, do you have any other new insights? I said, you must note that according to Wu Xiaofan's own confession, when the doorbell rang, Shen Ruiqing turned around to take a look. Hawthorne looked at me carefully. Oh, do you have any other new insights? I said, "You must note that according to Wu Xiaofan's own confession, when the doorbell rang, Shen Ruiqing turned around to take a look. At this moment, if Wu Xiaofan took the opportunity to shoot,
岂不是也有打中在他的背部的可能？霍桑忽而用肘骨在我的手臂上抵一下，笑着道：“包朗，你的推断力委实有进步了。不过，你对于罪犯的心理似乎还缺少深切的研究。什么意思？”
Isn't it possible that he was hit in the back? Hawthorne suddenly touched my arm with his elbow bone and said with a smile, "Bao Lang, your reasoning ability has really improved. However, it seems that you still lack in-depth research on the psychology of criminals. What's the meaning?"
你总知道，知识阶级的犯罪和寻常人的犯罪程度上有显著的不同。知识阶级的犯罪对于事前的设计规划和事后的掩饰闪避，一定比普通人更加周到致密。吴小帆是个自由职业者。
You always know that the degree of crime committed by the intellectual class is significantly different from the crime committed by ordinary people. The crimes committed by the intellectual class must be more thoughtful and thorough than ordinary people in terms of pre-planning and post-event cover-up and evasion. Wu Xiaofan is a freelancer.
当然是属于知识阶级。如果他要在犯罪以后誓词隐匿，一定也比别的人得法。譬如，他对于他犯罪程序上的要点，哪一点应加证明，哪一点应得隐匿，自然会特别注意。假使像你所说，
Of course they belong to the intellectual class. If he wants to conceal his crime after committing a crime, he must be able to do it better than others. For example, he will naturally pay special attention to the key points of his criminal procedure, which points should be proved and which points should be concealed. If it's like you said,
他是乘那沈瑞清转身的当地开枪打他的背部的，那么即使他想不到利用了这一点谢罪，但他在供述的时候也是不至于如此粗忽愚拙，竟连沈瑞清转身的动作都不肯遗漏。
He shot Shen Ruiqing in the back when he turned around. Even if he did not expect to use this to absolve himself of the crime, he could not have been so careless and stupid in his confession. Refuse to miss out.
说得明白些，他如果是在沈瑞清转身时开枪的，他还肯把沈瑞清转身的动作也告诉我们吗？我的随便发表的意见，不料竟引出了霍桑的一大篇议论。他像仿我不佩服似的。
To put it more clearly, if he fired the gun when Shen Ruiqing turned around, would he also be willing to tell us what Shen Ruiqing turned around? My casual opinion unexpectedly triggered a large discussion from Hawthorne. He seemed to be afraid that I would not admire him.
还特地借重了学理来证明。我也含笑答道：“霍桑，你的辩才也确乎有进步了。”是的，我说不过你，我认输了。但是你既然确信开枪的不是吴小帆，他指住我。不，我说过了，这仅仅是一个假定。
He also specifically relied on academic theory to prove it. I also smiled and replied, "Huasang, your eloquence has indeed improved. Yes, I can't defeat you, so I admit defeat. But since you are convinced that it was not Wu Xiaofan who shot the gun He stopped me. No. He also specifically relied on academic theory to prove it. I also smiled and replied, "Huasang, your eloquence has indeed improved. Yes, I can't defeat you, so I admit defeat. But since you are convinced that it was not Wu Xiaofan who shot the gun He stopped me. No. I said, this.
若说确信，还得先找到物证， 那里枪弹。如果枪弹找到了，你的假定确立了，那么你想开枪行凶的究竟是什么人？霍桑又迟疑起来。这个人我还不知道，不过我觉得那门铃的人。
If we were to be convinced, we had to find physical evidence first, the bullet. If the bullet is found and your hypothesis is established, then who exactly are you trying to shoot? Hawthorne hesitated again. I don't know this person yet. But I think the person who rang the doorbell.
我也禁不住检住他。什么？你刚才不是说按铃和开枪行动上是冲突的吗？是的。不过我不是说按门铃的人就是开枪的人。我只觉得这个人处于重要的地位，也许就是眼见凶案实施的人。
I couldn't help but cut him. What? Didn't you just say that ringing the bell and shooting are in conflict with each other? Yes. But I'm not saying that the person who rang the doorbell is the person who shot the gun. I just think that this person is in an important position. I couldn't help but cut him. What? Didn't you just say that ringing the bell and shooting are in conflict with each other?
可见你当时不曾把他捉住，并且你不知道保存门口内外的足印也是一种失招。现在要侦查这个人，一定很费周折。我想一想，又说，你想这个开枪的人可会得就是张康民。
But you didn't catch him then. And if you don't know to preserve the footprints inside and outside the door, it is also a loss. It must be very difficult to investigate this person now. I thought about it and then said, do you think the shooter was Zhang Kangmin?
霍桑忽把目光横过来注视着我，你莫非听了我刚才向张康民所说的话，才有这个见解？其实我不过探探他的口气，这问题还不能随便下什么断语。这个人也是个知识分子。
Huasang suddenly turned his gaze and looked at me. Did you have this opinion only after listening to what I just said to Zhang Kangmin? In fact, I just probed his tone, and I can't make any arbitrary conclusions on this issue. This man is also an intellectual.
又是知道他们的秘密纠葛的，我看他很有些可疑。是，不过有个前提：第一，需查明张康民和沈瑞清以前是否相识，和他们中间有无直接纠葛；第二，
He also knew about their secret entanglement. I think he's a little suspicious. Yes. But there is a prerequisite. First, it is necessary to find out whether Zhang Kangmin and Shen Ruiqing knew each other before and whether they had any direct entanglements. Second,
需知道康民和小帆夫妇间的感情和关系究竟到了怎样的程度。我们必须先查明这两点，对于这个人才有推论的根据。哎，是公园路了，这大概就是吴小帆的寓所。停车吧，我们下车以后。
We need to know the extent of the affection and relationship between Kang Min and Xiaofan. We must first find out these 2 points before we can have a basis for inference about this person. Alas, it's Park Road. This is probably Wu Xiaofan's apartment. Park your car. After we get off the car.
就直接进小帆家去。那时，那两扇漆着绿漆的盘花铁门完全开着，一辆下棚的黑漆包车仍旧停在小院中，阳台上的法国式长埠也依然合着。
Just go directly to Xiaofan's house. At that time, the 2 green-painted iron doors were fully open. A black lacquered car with a lower hood was still parked in the small courtyard, and the French-style chanfu on the balcony was still closed.
里面檀棕色的窗帘也和我昨夜里所见情形相同，不过沈瑞清的尸体早已移到验尸所去。我们走到诊室里面，有一个穿白纱斜西装的少年男子走出来招呼。经过了简单的介绍，
The brown curtains inside were the same as what I saw last night, but Shen Ruiqing's body had already been moved to the autopsy room. We walked into the consulting room, and a young man wearing a white gauze slanted suit came out to greet us. After a brief introduction,
我才知道人叫谭继新，就是小帆夫人娟英的哥哥。他的身材高硕而结实，相貌也相当威武。他是陆军学校出身，现在警备司令部里当一个处长。他的家属也住在上海。
I just found out that his name is Tan Jisun, and he is the brother of Mrs. Xiaofan Wanying. He was tall and strong, and his appearance was quite formidable. He graduated from the army school and is now a section chief in the garrison command. I just found out that his name is Tan Jisun, and he is the brother of Mrs. Xiaofan Wanying. He was tall and strong, and his appearance was quite formidable. He graduated from the army school and is now a section chief in the garrison command. His family members also live in Shanghai.
并且距离小帆的寓所很近。我们坐定之后，他就开始和霍桑谈论案情。他道：“这件事尾时出于意外，舍妹受惊不小，神经上有些异样。现在我已经将医接到我的家里去了。”
And it's very close to Xiaofan's apartment. After we sat down, he began to discuss the case with Hawthorne. He said, this incident was indeed an accident. My roommate was very frightened and had some mental abnormalities. And it's very close to Xiaofan's apartment. After we sat down, he began to discuss the case with Hawthorne. He said, this incident was indeed an accident. My roommate was very frightened and had some mental abnormalities. Now I have taken E to my home.
家父已经有回电来，叫我到这里来照料。我想死者本来是个逃犯，打死了原没有多大处分，不过论法律的手续，自然也不能不侦查明白。据舍妹说，开枪的一定不是妹夫。霍先生。
My father has already called me back and asked me to come here to take care of him. I think the deceased was originally a fugitive, and there would not be much punishment if he was beaten to death. However, in terms of legal procedures, we naturally have to investigate and find out. According to my roommate, it was definitely not my brother-in-law who shot the gun. Mr. Hua.
你可以查明了真凶没有？霍桑答道：“还没有，我们正在搜集证据。”谭继新道：“那么两位此刻光将有什么见教？”霍桑道：“我本要来做一番更仔细的搜寻，希望能够发现那一粒枪弹。”
Have you found out the real culprit? Hawthorne replied, Not yet. We are gathering evidence. Tan Jisun said, Then you two are here at this moment, what do you think? Hawthorne said, I was going to do a more careful search, hoping to find that bullet.
因为这枪弹是一个要证。现在既然碰见你，我顺便问一句，你可知道令妹丈和死者之间究竟有什么怨仇？谭继新旷下了头，现出踌躇的样子，似乎不愿作答。略停一停，他才勉强说
Because this bullet is a must. Now that I have met you, let me ask you a question. Do you know what grudge there is between your sister-in-law and the deceased? Tan Ji Xinquan lowered his head, looking hesitant and unwilling to answer. After a short pause, he reluctantly said,
我也不知道底细。 我只知道这沈瑞清也是当西医的，他和舍美夫同是在大同医专里毕业的。他执行医务以后，曾干过给女子堕胎的勾当，这犯法行为被人家发觉了，便给捉到法院去。
I don't know the details either. I only know that Shen Ruiqing is also a Western medicine doctor. He and his brother-in-law both graduated from Datong Medical College. After he performed medical work, he once performed abortions on women. I don't know the details either. I only know that Shen Ruiqing is also a Western medicine doctor. He and his brother-in-law both graduated from Datong Medical College.
定了监禁的处分，刑期是5年。他进监才1年9个月。这一次第3监狱发生越狱事件，他也就成击逃出来。他以为他的非法勾当是舍妹夫告发的，因此就结下了死仇。
The penalty of imprisonment was fixed, and the sentence was 5 years. He has only been in prison for a year and 9 months. This time there was an escape from the 3rd prison, and he took the opportunity to escape. He thought that his illegal activities were reported by his brother-in-law, so he formed a deadly feud.
他在监里时曾宣誓要报复，但据舍美夫说，告发的并不是他。这些就是我所知道的事实。历史揭露了一页，至少也透视了些轮廓。霍桑把这一节活跃略记了下来，换一个问题。他说：“谭先生。”
While in prison, he swore revenge. But according to her brother-in-law, he was not the one who reported the crime. These are the facts I know. A page of the secret history was revealed, at least some outlines were revealed. Hawthorne jotted down this section briefly and changed the question. He said, Mr. Tan.
你可也知道，那隔壁的张康民律师和沈瑞清之间可也有某种关系吗？谭继新摇头道：“我不知道。”他顿一顿，又补一句：“据我所闻，他们似乎是亲不相识的。”霍桑点了点头，立起来谢了一句。
Do you also know that there is some kind of relationship between lawyer Zhang Kangmin and Shen Ruiqing next door? Tan Jisun shook his head and said, I don't know. He paused and then added. From what I heard, they seem to be strangers. Do you also know that there is some kind of relationship between lawyer Zhang Kangmin and Shen Ruiqing next door? Tan Jisun shook his head and said, I don't know. He paused and then added. From what I heard, they seem to be strangers. Hawthorne nodded, stood up and thanked.
便开始在诊室中搜查。谭继新和我都静默地旁观。霍桑的搜检方式是很别致的。他先瞧瞧门旁墙壁上的弹痕，又向诊室的四周做一度巡视。随即问我上夜里沈瑞清倒地的地位和状态。
Then he started searching the clinic. Tan Jisun and I both watched silently. Hawthorne's inspection method is very novel. He first looked at the bullet marks on the wall next to the door, then took a look around the consulting room, and then asked me about the location and state of Shen Ruiqing when he fell to the ground last night.
我一指示了他，他在通后诊室的门口旁边站住，目光顺着书桌的方向瞧过去，好像一个测量员在测地时测取直线。一会他走到书桌背后的书架面前。
I instructed him. He stood next to the door to the waiting room, looking in the direction of the desk, like a surveyor taking a straight line when surveying the land. After a while he walked to the bookshelf behind the desk.
聚精会神地向那一行一行排列的书本上查验。那书架共有3层，上面的2层都是紧密地排着许多西式装订的医书， 最下一层却堆积了许多报纸。霍桑的眼光集中在中间一层。
Examine the books arranged line by line attentively. The bookshelf has 3 floors. The upper 2 floors are tightly packed with many Western-style bound medical books. The bottom floor is filled with many newspapers. Hawthorne's eyes focused on the middle floor.
他仔细查视那排列的书籍，那些西式装订的书本都是颜色不一的布面和皮面的，书背上都烫着金色或银色的书名，所以假使这些书背上有什么损伤，尽可以一望而知。霍桑找了一会。
He examined the array of books carefully. The books with Western bindings are all covered in cloth or leather of different colors, with gold or silver titles stamped on the backs. So if there is any damage on the back of these books, it can be seen at a glance. Hawthorne searched for a while.
搔搔头，似乎找不到枪弹穿进或擦伤的痕迹。他伸手到书架中层去。因为中间有一本红漆布面子的书比较短些，上端留出些儿细缝。他把这一本书从架上取下。
Scratching his head, he couldn't seem to find any traces of bullet penetration or scratches. He reached to the middle shelf of the bookshelf. Because there is a red varnished book in the middle that is shorter and leaves some gaps at the top. He took the book off the shelf.
仔细向书架的内部瞧了一会，也没有结果。他就重新将那本红皮书插在原处，抚摸着下顿，呆立着。那袖手旁观的谭继新仍保守静默，他的脸上表示出关心。我也很同情我的朋友的失望。
I carefully looked inside the bookshelf for a while, but to no avail. He reinserted the red book in its place. After stroking for a while, he stood still. Tan Jisen, who stood by and watched, remained silent, his face showing concern. I also sympathize with my friend's disappointment.
可是又无从效劳。接着，霍桑的视线移到书架的最下一层上去。这一层上堆积着许多杂志和报纸，已没有上2层那么紧密整齐。报纸和杂志的方位也不同。
But there was nothing that could be done. Then Hawthorne's eyes moved to the bottom shelf of the bookshelf. There are many magazines and newspapers piled on this floor, which are no longer as dense and neat as the 2 floors above. Newspapers and magazines also have different orientations.
靠里边的一半都是成本的杂志，外边近长窗的一半却堆着许多折叠宽松的日报。霍桑的搜寻仍先从里边的杂志堆上着手。他把那杂志一叠叠地移到书桌上面，逐本在桌面上翻动。
The inner half is filled with cheap magazines, while the outer half near the long window is piled with many loosely folded daily newspapers. Hawthorne's search still started with the pile of magazines inside. He moved the magazines stacked on top of the desk and flipped through them one by one on the table.
似乎希望会有子弹从杂志中落下来，结果依旧是失望。于是他的视线依次地转移报纸上去。那报纸是比较凌乱些。他刚才抽取了一叠，在书桌面上翻动了几张，忽听得哒的一声。
It seemed that he hoped that a bullet would fall from the magazine, but the result was still disappointment. So his eyes shifted to the newspapers one by one. That newspaper is a bit messy. He had just taken out a stack and flipped a few pages on the desk, when he suddenly heard a sound.
顿时引出霍桑的一种情不自禁的欢呼。哼！我忙着走进去，瞧见霍桑的神情完全变异了。他的两目张得很大， 额角上的青筋突然暴胀，他的呼吸也似乎加了些速度。
This immediately elicited an uncontrollable cheer from Hawthorne. Snort. I hurriedly walked closer and saw that Hawthorne's expression had completely changed. His eyes opened wide, the veins on his forehead suddenly swelled, his breathing seemed to speed up.
当他的长而有力的手指从书桌上抬起那粒子弹来时，也像感受了电器似的微微颤动。他平日常以有定力自豪，可是在这当，他的定力竟也偶尔失势，不能镇服他的受震的神经。
When his long and powerful fingers lifted the bullet from the desk, it also trembled slightly as if feeling electricity. He usually prides himself on his concentration, but at this moment, his concentration occasionally failed to calm his shocked nerves.
他像一个苦战的兵上奏凯回来地一般，做欢呼声道：“包朗，这是一个何等重要的证物啊！现在竟在这报纸里面发现，真是值得庆贺的。是一粒枪弹吗？”谭基辛走进来问一句，霍桑不答。
Like a soldier returning victorious from a hard-fought battle, he cheered, Bao Lang. What an important piece of evidence this is. Now it has been found in this newspaper. It's really worth celebrating. Is it a bullet? Like a soldier returning victorious from a hard-fought battle, he cheered, Bao Lang. What an important piece of evidence this is. Now it has been found in this newspaper. It's really worth celebrating. Is it a bullet? Tan Jisen came closer and asked. Hawthorne didn't answer.
但点点头。我默念这一粒子弹的确是案中的要证，但子弹发现了，虽能快发一部分的疑圈，可是凶手是谁，还绝无从着手。霍桑如此快乐，不会有些过度吗？我问道。
But nodded. I silently thought that this bullet was indeed the key piece of evidence in the case. But the bullet was found, and although it could quickly clear up some of the suspicion, it was still unclear who the murderer was. Isn't it a bit excessive for Hawthorne to be so happy? I asked.
你瞧，这粒子弹是多少口径？可和那搜得的手枪合符？霍桑似没有听得我的问句，不回答。回答的是谭继新。这是一粒小号弹，大概是32口径。我说，那么这和吴小帆的手枪不相合。
What is the caliber of this bullet? Does it match the pistol found? Hawthorne didn't seem to hear my question and didn't answer. The answer was Tan Jisen. This is a small bullet, about 32 caliber. I said, then this is not consistent with Wu Xiaofan's pistol.
我记得那是一支45口径的枪。谭继新高兴地说，不相合就好，这就足以证明开枪的不是舍梅夫。霍桑不理会我和谭继新的问答，自顾自地把报纸叠在原位。他随即取了枪弹。
I remember it was a 45 caliber gun. Tan Jisen said happily, it's fine if they don't match. This is enough to prove that it was not the brother-in-law who fired the shot. Hawthorne ignored the questions and answers I had with Tan Jisen and folded the newspaper in its place. He then took out the bullets.
站立在发现枪弹的那堆报纸的地位，搂着身子，侧着头，闭着一只眼睛，又测量似的测了一会。他忽而扬起身来，向谭继新挥挥手。他说：“谭先生，你说的不错。现在一个谜团打破了。”
Standing on the pile of newspapers where the bullets were found, he hunched over, tilted his head, closed one eye, and measured for a while. He suddenly stood up and waved to Tan Jisun. He said, "Mr. Tan, you are right. Now a mystery has been solved."
别的话回头再谈。包朗，我们忙了一个早晨，应得休息一会里。走吧。霍桑的闲情。霍桑所说的休息，我听了很觉突兀。我自从上夜里发现这案子以后，精神上一直没有安宁过。
We'll talk about other things later. Bao Lang, we have been busy all morning and deserve a rest. Let's go. 7. Hawthorne's leisure time. We'll talk about other things later. Bao Lang, we have been busy all morning and deserve a rest. Let's go. 7. Hawthorne's leisure time. What Hawthorne said about rest was very strange to me. I haven't had any mental peace since I discovered this case last night.
就我的体格方面着想，休息当然是我12分赞成的。不过这案子刚在发展的进行程序中，而且进行到了最高的尖顶，显然有欲罢不能的趋势。霍桑怎么在这当要休息？他每次探案。
Considering my physical condition, I am definitely in favor of rest. However, this case has just been in the process of development, and it has reached the highest point. Considering my physical condition, I am definitely in favor of rest. However, this case has just been in the process of development, and it has reached the highest point. It is obvious that there is a tendency that it cannot be stopped. Why does Hawthorne need to rest now? Every time he investigates a case.
不得到最后的结果，不肯罢休。此刻他忽然有这句话，莫非这案子也已有了结果了吗？否则案情正在急剧的进展，怎么可以中途停止呢？可是我们到他的艾文路寓所以后，我向他疑问。
Don't give up until you get the final result. At this moment, he suddenly said this. Could it be that the case has been resolved? Otherwise, the case is progressing rapidly. How can it be stopped midway? But when we arrived at his apartment on Iwan Road, I asked him.
竟又不得要领。我问道：霍桑，我们当真就休息吗？这案子不必再进行了吗？霍桑答道：不，进行的事情正多着，不过此刻却无从进行，所以我们不能不暂时休息。我疑惑地说：怎见得无从进行？
Unable to figure it out. I asked, Hawthorne, are we really going to rest? Doesn't this case need to be continued? Unable to figure it out. I asked, Hawthorne, are we really going to rest? Doesn't this case need to be continued? Hawthorne replied, No, there are many things going on, but there is no way to do it at the moment, so we have to take a break. I said down.
譬如你刚才发现的一粒子弹，也需加一番确切的证实。吴小帆那支手枪的口径究竟是不是和这子弹符合？他诅咒我，这个已不成问题。刚才谭继新不是已经证实了吗？他是军人。
For example, the bullet you just discovered needs to be confirmed with some certainty. Does the caliber of Wu Xiaofan's pistol match this bullet? He stopped me. This is no longer a problem. Didn't Tan Jisun confirm it just now? He is a soldier.
对于这种东西的经验比我还丰富，他家里所有的手枪一定也不少，所以他只看一看，便说这粒弹子是1英寸的32%口径32里放出来的小号弹。这话当然可信，我也很同意。
He has more experience with this kind of thing than I do, and he must have a lot of pistols in his house. So he just took a look and said that the bullet was a small bullet fired from a 1-inch 32% caliber, .32. This is certainly true. I agree too.
你也知道吴小帆的手枪是1英寸的45/45，口径大小显然不同，故而这一点毋庸再行证实。那么这支32口径的手枪是什么人的？你又从哪里去取证？霍桑低头沉吟了一下。
You also know that Wu Xiaofan's pistol is a 1-inch 45%, .45, caliber, which is obviously different in size, so there is no need to confirm this. So who owns this .32 caliber pistol? Where did you get the evidence? Hawthorne lowered his head and pondered for a moment.
缓缓地说，这一点我现在还无从入手。我说，凭空里当然无从入手。你对于这小手枪的主人可是一些没有头绪。霍桑在手表上瞧了一瞧，仍低着头不答话。我又道，现在看起来。
Slowly said, I don't know how to start with this yet. I said, of course there is no way to get it out of thin air. Do you have no idea about the owner of this little pistol? Hawthorne looked at his watch, but still lowered his head and didn't answer. I added, now it looks like.
那个按门铃的人所处的地位更加重要了。这个人至少可以做一条线路。你可有方法找到他？霍桑略略抬起些头。是，这个人的确重要，不过眼前我实在没有法子查明他。
The person who rang the doorbell assumed a more important role. This guy can at least do a line. Do you have a way to find him? Hawthorne raised his head slightly. Yes, this person is indeed important, but I really have no way to find out about him at the moment.
那么你几时才可以查明？很难说。也许今天，也许明天，也许1星期或1个月后，也许终于查不出来。我觉得霍桑的话带着些哑谜性质。他当真没有把握吗？还是卖关子不肯告诉我？
So when can you find out? It's hard to say. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, maybe a week or a month later, maybe it won't be found out. I think Hawthorne's words are somewhat cryptic. Is he really not sure? So when can you find out? It's hard to say. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, maybe a week or a month later, maybe it won't be found out. I think Hawthorne's words are somewhat cryptic. Is he really not sure? Or is he just trying to hide it and refuses to tell me?
我自然耐不住。霍桑，你这话很费解。照你说，假使这个人终于不能查明，那么这案子难道也就终于不能破获了吗？你这句话却有强烈的可能性。他的头又低下去，眉峰间更皱紧了。
Of course I couldn't bear it. Hawthorne, what you say is very confusing. According to you, if this person cannot be identified in the end, then will this case also be unsolved in the end? Well, what you said does have a strong possibility. His head lowered again, and the frown between his eyebrows became even tighter.
我又说，那么你难道承认失败了吗？他点点头。是，我怕如此。我禁不住动了感情，说，不，你绝不会如此。你的话必非由衷。霍桑，你何必玩那卖关子的老把戏？霍桑忽扬起身子，笑一笑。包朗
I said again, then, do you admit defeat? He nodded. Yes, I'm afraid of that. I couldn't help but get emotional and said, no. You will never be like this. Your words must not be sincere. Hawthorne, why do you have to play that old trick of selling off people? Hawthorne suddenly stood up and smiled. Bao Lang.
你忘怀了，我们回来是休息的，何必动肝火？算了，午膳时分过了好久，我想你的肚子里一定也有些饥饿力。扫兴的话已中了些转机的因子。他明知我在这种状态之下绝不能够进食。
You forgot. We came back to rest, why should we get angry? Never mind. It's been a long time since lunchtime, and I think you must be a little hungry. His disappointing words had already planted some elements of turning a corner. He knew that I would never be able to eat in this state.
所以在未进午餐以前，他又给我进了一眼开胃剂。他拍拍我的肩，附着我的耳朵，说：“包朗，别发脾气。10多年来，我一再劝你养成些耐忍力，不料至今还毫无成效。现在，请你再耐一下子。”
So before lunch, he gave me another appetizer. He patted me on the shoulder, leaned into my ear, and said, Bao Lang, don't lose your temper. For more than 10 years, I have repeatedly advised you to develop some patience, but unexpectedly, it has not worked so far. Please be patient again now, all of a sudden.
今天夜里，我准备去冒一冒险，我还需要你的臂动呢。哎，有转机了。霍桑并非失败。他说晚上要去冒险，明明表示他对于这案子的进行已有一定的方向，此刻大概时机未到。
Tonight I'm going to have an adventure. I still need your arms to move. Alas, there is a turning point. Hawthorne is not a failure. He said he was going to take an adventure at night, which clearly means that he has a certain direction for the progress of this case. The time may not have. Tonight I'm going to have an adventure. I still need your arms to move. Alas, there is a turning point. Hawthorne is not a failure. He said he was going to take an adventure at night, which clearly means that he has a certain direction for the progress of this case. The time may not have come yet.
故而还不肯说明。我熟知道他的脾气，案情的进展如果没有到成熟的时期，若要勉强他发表，那是万万办不到的。这时候我自然也不愿做无效果的尝试。进膳时他有说有笑。
Therefore, he still refused to explain. I am familiar with his temper. If the progress of the case has not reached a mature stage, it will be absolutely impossible to force him to publish it. At this time, I naturally don't want to make an ineffective attempt. He was talking and laughing during the meal.
但所说的只是闲文，并没有半句述及这件案子。我自然也不便开口，只所接受他的劝告，试着练习我的忍耐力。午膳完毕，已是2点3刻。霍桑和我都假寐片刻。
But what he said was just idle writing, and there was not even a single sentence about the case. Naturally, I couldn't speak, so I just accepted his advice and tried to practice my patience. After lunch, it was already 2:15. Hawthorne and I both took a nap.
这是我们的饭后休息的老习惯。不料我醒觉的时候，霍桑已经出去了。仆人施贵告诉我，霍桑临走时曾说，他往银河路去投一封信，不久便可以回来。我默念银河路就在公园的西面。
This is our old habit of resting after meals. Unexpectedly, when I woke up, Hawthorne had already gone out. This is our old habit of resting after meals. Unexpectedly, when I woke up, Hawthorne had already gone out. Servant Shergoy told me that before leaving, Hawthorne said that he would go to Inha Road to deliver a letter and he would be back soon. I silently remember that Galaxy Road is to the west of the park.
不知道他往银河路的哪一家去。我从来不曾听见过他在银河路有什么朋友，并且送信的是他为什么不假手邮局或仆人，却亲自劳驾？因此，我料想到他此次投信也许和这案子有关。
I don't know which one on Inha Road he went to. I've never heard of him having any friends on Galaxy Road. And why did he do the mail delivery himself instead of using the post office or servants? Therefore, I guessed that his letter may be related to this case.
不过这里面有什么曲折，我无从捉摸。我又想起他所说的冒险的话，他要冒什么样的险？又怎么确定在今夜？莫非他对于案中的真的已经有了把握？所以定义今夜里去捕捉吗？
But what twists and turns there are, I can't figure out. I thought again of his risky words. But what twists and turns there are, I can't figure out. I thought again of his risky words. What risk is he taking? How can you be sure it's tonight? Could it be that he was already sure of the truth in the case, so he decided to catch it tonight?
并且那凶手又是一个很恶可怖的人物，不免要抵抗争欧，故而他才有冒险的话。自然，这些问题不是凭空推想得出的，我也不愿意多费脑力，只能等他回来了再说。
Moreover, the murderer was a ruthless and terrifying person, so he had to resist fights, so why did he take the risk? Naturally, these questions cannot be surmised out of thin air, and I don't want to waste more mental energy. I can only wait until he comes back.
可是我的面前的烟灰盆中形成了一个小丘，霍桑还不回来。幸亏初秋的日漫很短，好容易挨到天黑，我才接到霍桑的一个电话。他约我立刻到民权路中华茶馆里去。
But a small hill formed in the ashtray in front of me, and Hawthorne still hadn't come back. Fortunately, the weather in early autumn is very short, so it was easy to wait until dark before I received a call from Hawthorne. He asked me to go to the Chinese tea house on Minquan Road immediately.
还叫我把他的手枪一起带去。这消息自然够兴奋，我立即赶得去见约。我到达中华茶馆的2层楼时，正值食客们鼎盛的当，热闹异常。这是一家上等菜馆，布置成全欧化。
He also asked me to take his pistol with him. The news was naturally exciting enough, and I immediately rushed to keep my appointment. When I arrived at the second floor of the Chinese tea house, it was at the peak of the diner's time and the place was extremely busy. This is a fine restaurant, decorated in a European style.
价格也特别昂贵，但是每夜里华灯初上，总有很多专在女人面前装阔的少年男子们携着女友，在精致的小室中把杯谈心。我不知道霍桑怎么违反了他的素性，竟选择这个地点。
The price is also extremely expensive. But every night when the lights come on, there are always many young men who pretend to be rich in front of women, holding their girlfriends by their side and having a heart-to-heart talk in an exquisite small room. The price is also extremely expensive. But every night when the lights come on, there are always many young men who pretend to be rich in front of women, holding their girlfriends by their side and having a heart-to-heart talk in an exquisite small room. I don't know how Hawthorne went against his nature and chose this location.
他看见我，先笑着说：“包朗，你诧异我选择这个地点吗？我就为着你呀。”我应道：“是的，我的确诧异。但是你怎么说为我？ 他仍含着微笑。你不见那一对对的漂亮的伴侣吗？
When he saw me, he smiled and said, Bao Lang, are you surprised that I chose this place? I did it just for you. I responded, yes, I am indeed surprised. But what do you mean for me? He was still smiling. Don't you see that pair of beautiful couples?
你若是略略运用些观察力，便可以供给你不少小说资料。我忙道，不，这是托词。我知道你选择这个地点一定另有作用。哈哈，我瞒不过你了。你知道这地点距离公园很近啊。
If you use a little observation, it can provide you with a lot of novel information. I hurriedly said, no, this is an excuse. I know there must be another reason why you chose this location, Ha ha. I can't hide it from you anymore. You know this place is very close to the park.
他说到公园的字样，语声特别放低。我立即会意。那么今夜里我们的任务可是就在公园中实施。霍桑略略点了点头，但并不接话。我继续问道：今天下午你在外面干些什么？
When he mentioned the word park, his voice dropped especially low. I understood immediately. So tonight our mission will be carried out in the park. When he mentioned the word park, his voice dropped especially low. I understood immediately. So tonight our mission will be carried out in the park. Hawthorne nodded slightly, but did not answer. I continued to ask, what are you doing outside this afternoon?
这时候，一个穿雪白制服的传者送上一小瓶白兰地来，随即退出去。霍桑自己拔去了瓶塞，一边斟酒，一边又点了点头，只是不开口。我又低声问道：“你可有什么进展？”霍桑也低声答道
At this time, a messenger in a snow-white uniform brought a small bottle of brandy and then left. Hawthorne uncorked the bottle himself, poured the wine, and nodded again, but did not speak. I asked in a low voice, Have you made any progress? At this time, a messenger in a snow-white uniform brought a small bottle of brandy and then left. Hawthorne uncorked the bottle himself, poured the wine, and nodded again, but did not speak. I asked in a low voice, Have you made any progress? Hawthorne also replied in a low voice.
进展的很多，不过你还得耐一下子。这个地方不便谈这样的话。他把斟满的酒杯送到我的面前，你喝一杯，提提神。他忽然凑近我的耳朵，你带来了几支手枪？我也低声应道，2支。
A lot of progress. But you have to be patient for a while. A lot of progress. But you have to be patient for a while. This is not the place to talk about such things. He put the filled wine glass in front of me. You have a drink to refresh yourself. He suddenly leaned close to my ear and said, How many pistols did you bring? I responded in a low voice, 2.
霍桑又点点头，接着便开始饮酒。我心中觉得牙痒痒地。从手枪和白兰地酒这2点看来，霍桑先前所说冒险的话似乎并非危词耸听。但冒险的地点怎么竟在公园里？霍桑又向我说：“包朗。”
Hawthorne nodded again, and then began to drink. I feel itchy in my heart. Judging from the 2 points of the pistol and the brandy, Hawthorne's previous risky words seemed not to be alarmist. But why is the location of the adventure in the park? Hawthorne said to me again, Bao Lang.
我知道你最喜欢吃咖喱鸡，这鸡腿还算嫩吧？老实说， 这当我的心思实在不在鸡上。不但鸡的嫩不嫩，我没有感觉到，连所吃的是否鸡腿，我也不曾注意。我只随便点点头。
I know your favorite is chicken curry. Is this chicken leg still tender? To be honest, my mind was not on the chicken at the moment. Not only did I not feel whether the chicken was tender, I didn't even pay attention to whether what I was eating was chicken drumsticks. I just nodded casually.
霍桑却似乎吃得津津有味，神态上显得非常闲暇。过了一会，他忽又把头凑近我的面部。包朗，你瞧那刚要走进寿字座里去的一男一女，你可知道他们有怎么样的关系？
Hawthorne seemed to be eating with gusto and looked very leisurely. After a while, he suddenly moved his head close to my face. Bao Lang, look at the man and woman who are just about to walk into the longevity zodiac. Do you know what kind of relationship they have?
我斜着目光瞧了一瞧，那男的穿一身笔挺的淡棕色西装，女的穿一件茄花色薄纱的窄袖西衫，右肩上缀着一朵白绸的大花。那纱衫的质地既薄，丰腴的肌肉和曲线都豁然显露。
I glanced sideways. The man was wearing a crisp light brown suit, and the woman was wearing a narrow-sleeved Western-style shirt of eggplant color gauze, with a large white silk flower on her right shoulder. The texture of the gauze shirt is so thin that the plump muscles and curves are suddenly revealed.
他们并肩地走着，且走且谈。男的满脸笑容，又低头屈腰地显一种假殷勤的媚态，女的却带一种矫饰的傲态，但眼角眉梢间又处处流露着荡意。这种状态，我在平日已经看不惯。
They walked side by side and talked. The man's face was full of smiles, and he lowered his head and bent his waist to show a false and attentive attitude. The woman had a pretentious and arrogant attitude, but her eyes and eyebrows were full of debauchery. I can no longer get used to this state.
何况在这个当，更没有闲心思去注意。霍桑的兴致偏偏很高，他见我不回答，又继续发表：“你瞧不出吗？”“我可瞧出来了。他们今天是第一次相识，并且相识的时间一定还不到3个钟头。”
What's more, at this moment, there is no time to pay attention. Hawthorne's interest was very high. Seeing that I didn't answer, he continued to publish. Can't you see? Well, I can see it. Today is the first time they met, and they must have known each other for less than 3 hours.
你疑惑我的话，老实告诉你，我知道他们是刚才从卡尔登散出来的。瞧，那男子的手中拿着的报纸外面，不是还裹着一张荡妇新的说明书吗？我不理会。霍桑的话是否出于观察？
Well, you doubt my words. To tell you the truth, I know they just dispersed from Calden. Look, isn't there an instruction manual on slut heart wrapped around the newspaper in the man's hand? I don't care. Is Hawthorne's words based on observation?
或是信口而发，我都没有兴趣。我的脑室完全被那将要发展而不知如何结局的案子所盘踞，已没有丝毫余地容纳别的事情。霍桑又很高兴地说，他们的来路我已说明白了，他们的去路。
Or just say it casually, I'm not interested. My brain was completely occupied by the case that was about to develop and I didn't know how it would end, and there was no room for anything else. Hawthorne said happily, I have explained their origin clearly. Their destination.
你可也猜得出？你也不知道。我知道的， 大概总不出3东1撇。我耐不住阔四道：霍桑，你何必瞎费心思？他们这种勾当，怎么值得我们注意？我们今夜的事情既然带着危险性质。
Can you guess it? Well, you don't know either. What I know is that there is probably nothing more than 3 things and 1 thing dash. I couldn't bear it and said, Hawthorne, why are you wasting your time? Why is their behavior worthy of our attention? Since what we are doing tonight is of a dangerous nature.
那才得先谈一谈。霍桑忽挥挥手，笑着答道：不，我看你的神经太紧张了，才想教你松一松。现在别多说，好好的喝几口酒，吃些东西。我们餐药以后就得动身往公园里去，时间已经差不多哩。
Then we have to talk about it first. Hawthorne suddenly waved his hand and replied with a smile, No. I see that your nerves are too tense, so I want to teach you to relax. Don't talk much now, have a nice drink and eat something. After we finished our meal, we had to set off for the park. It's almost time.
爸，公园中，秋天晚上的公园和夏天已显然不同。我们进园的时候，恰交8点半相近，游人已很稀少。偶然有几对情话马主的男女，大都深藏在树荫底下或假山背后。
8. In the park. The park on an autumn evening is obviously different from what it was in the summer. When we entered the park, it was around 8:30, and there were already very few tourists. Occasionally, there are a few love-making couples, but most of them are hidden under the shade of trees or behind rockeries.
这些野鸳鸯只求人家不去惊扰他们，他们却绝不会干涉人家的事情，所以对于我们的任务不会有什么妨碍。公园中的灯光不算得怎样明亮，那也有利于我们的工作。
These wild mandarin ducks only ask that others not disturb them, but they will never interfere in other people's affairs, so they will not hinder our mission. The lights in the park are not very bright, which is also conducive to our work.
我常相信，人们若是学欢在黑暗中行动，他们的步子显然已距离堕落的境界不远。现在我们虽也企图利用黑暗来掩饰我们的行动，不过目的是恰恰相反的。
I often believe that if people let Shuahuan act in the dark, their steps are obviously not far from the state of depravity. Although we are now trying to use darkness to conceal our actions, the purpose is exactly the opposite.
霍桑走到靠地边的一个茅亭面前，站住了，向亭的前后左右窥察。亭中空虚无人，中央有一只厚砖的棋桌，四面有4只石凳。亭后一棵柳树，粗大可3、4人合抱，凉风残旱地吹过。
Hawthorne walked to a thatched pavilion on the edge of the ground and stopped to look around the pavilion. There is no one in the pavilion. There is a thick brick chess table in the center and 4 stone benches on all sides. Hawthorne walked to a thatched pavilion on the edge of the ground and stopped to look around the pavilion. There is no one in the pavilion. There is a thick brick chess table in the center and 4 stone benches on all sides. There is a willow tree behind the pavilion, which is big enough for 3 or 4 people to hug together, and the cool breeze blows sadly.
发出些细碎的声响。市的四面有一条小小的木桥，横跨着池面。池中流着半残的荷叶，有几只还撑着做亭亭之状，这真像一个乏月的旧家，虽因着时势的推移，家况已日趋式微。
Make some tiny noises. There is a small wooden bridge on all sides of the pond, spanning the pond. There are half-broken lotus leaves in the pond, and some of them are still standing in the shape of pavilions. This really looks like an old family home, although the family situation has declined due to the passage of time.
然而外表上还勉强地摆着空虚架子。霍桑低声向我道：“包朗，我们两个人不能在一起。你把手枪给我，我在亭子里等候。你可伏在那柳树后面。”我拿出一把手枪授给他，问道。
However, the appearance is still reluctant to put on empty airs. Hawthorne whispered to me, "Bao Lang, we can't be together. Give me the pistol. I'll wait in the pavilion. You can lie behind the willow tree." I took out a pistol and gave it to him and asked,
我们到底有怎样的任务？我所担任的工作是什么性质？你总得说个明白。霍桑附着我的耳朵，说：“我已经约一个人到这室中来会谈。我相信这个人有凶手的嫌疑。”
What exactly is our mission? You must make it clear what the nature of the job I am doing is. Hawthorne attached my ear and said, "I have made an appointment with someone to come and talk about this matter. I believe this person is suspected of being a murderer."
不过我所依凭的只是理想，物证方面一些没有把握，所以跟前这个约会只是一种虚貌，实际上是很危险的，因为这个人的背后有很大的权。
However, I am relying only on ideals and am not sure about the physical evidence. Therefore, this date is just a pretense, but it is actually very dangerous. Because this person has a lot